My bad, family. Y'all know I was running a little late. I should have started it up, but I got y'all. I'm gonna put it back on. Peace.
Ooh. LaShawn, get paper towels. LaShawn, your drink is weak.
It is. It is. It's dead.
The time is now 5:42, and I'm calling this session of the Flint City Council Finance Committee back to order. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Mr. Alamin?
Present.
Dr. Lewis is not in. Ms. Johnson?
Present.
Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett?
Present.
You have 8 members present.
We have 8 members present. It's now time for public comment. Members of the public who wish to address the city council or its committees must register before the meeting begins. A box will be placed at the entrance to the council chambers for collection of registrations. No additional speakers or slips will be accepted after the meeting begins. Members of the public shall have no more than 3 minutes per speaker during public comment, with only 1 speaking opportunity per speaker. Who is our first public speaker, Madam Clerk?
First speaker is R.L. Mitchell.
Hello, Council. My name is R.L. Mitchell. I live at 759 East Linden Avenue, over there by the graveyard, Graceland. And there go my council lady right there, Miss Johnson right there. That's 3rd Ward. Anybody got anything to say about that? That's what I
Yeah,
thought.
hold on.
And for the record, once again, God has intervened with this council by messing with our president of the United States, Trump. He put these hooks in his jaw and told him the other day, and told him to read the Bible for a whole week in all his whole cabinet. And when he gets through reading it, because he getting too close to that Jerusalem stuff, and whoever don't, just like you took the whole council in the back room for the public won't know nothing about it, like that accountability did, and got sued. But they end up, the dude that always called Miss Tanya Burns, Snake Bite Burns, sued the anonymity, but he lost. And now that's why that lawyer wanted to take it back there. The woman of color lawyer, she stepped out of here and don't want to be involved, like Michelle Young. And she was on that board when they won. But she always be the one to breaking up the form. Like, we almost broke up the form today if Tarzan didn't walk in. There he is over there with his head down, turning red already. Look at him. And they waited on her. And a question was asked, why did you have to wait? Because there's a time limit. And that's what you people trying to do to us now by fooling with our money, putting the government over our money. You know they're wrong, and you know, and somebody trying to take up for the government. But who are a better person to take up, but defend us than Tanya Burns? And the other fifth ward, she'd make up her own laws, and they stick. It's still sticking now since she try to jump on Mays and Tanya Burns, and her laws are still, and you can't go over her laws. There she is right there. I can't call her name for some reason. But anyway, stay tuned, America. You're going to see how we deal with the governor. Taking out at the Mays Center, we're trying to get out our funds for Miss Wiggins to can operate and pay the people the paycheck every day. What they do to her. I mean, anyway, like Preston Fieldhouse, for instance, the Coach Green here, and he ready to get the governor took the money and stopped him, and there he is over there grinning. You know what happened to other Michigan State coach? Like, got fired for looking at a team. Anyway, stay tuned, America. This R.L. Mitchell, he drew this message.
The next speaker is Jim Richardson.
Well, good evening, Council. My name is Jim Richardson. I reside at 915 East Court Street in the 7th Ward, and I'm part of the Central Park Neighborhood Association. I really want to begin by expressing my respect and appreciation for the hard work that you all do on behalf of the city. So I wanted just to start out by thanking you. But for this evening, President and 7th Ward Councilperson Candace Michaud is introducing to you a proposed ordinance to register vacant and abandoned buildings in our city. It is agenda item 260134. The ordinance was prepared by the city's law department. So our city is plagued with vacant and abandoned buildings. They are in every ward and every neighborhood, creating blight and diminishing the quality of life. In Central Park, for example, they make up 10% of the properties there. They are a risk to the health and safety. They're a drag on the value of the surrounding properties. And they are an expense to the city and to other residents. So for the past year, Councilperson Michaud has worked with the Central Park to develop a proposal ordinance that's being introduced today. The objective of the ordinance is to motivate property investors to get the property occupied and to maintain it. And if the intent of the investor is not to put the property to use, then encourage them not to own it. The incentive is to make it costly for the investor to keep the property vacant by requiring payments of registration fees, inspection fees, and fines for noncompliance. We have distributed to you a background piece, it's on this blue, that contains elements that are in the ordinance. I'm sure there are specifics in the proposal ordinance that are going to need discussion and debate. And we at Central Park look forward to negotiating with you. So thank you for considering the proposal and for the work you do for advancing the city. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Allison Montgomery Littlejohn.
Good evening, Council. My name is Allison Montgomery Littlejohn. I am here to advocate on behalf of a client that has experienced housing obstruction from multiple entities in the city of Flint and on a federal level. My client is a 60-year-old woman with health concerns that was evicted from her home in the 8th Ward on February 27, 2025. Per client, the house she was evicted from was approved for her to live in after her Section 8 housing vendor inspected the home. Per client, she resided in the home for about 1 year without the home having water pipes. Per client, she discovered that the home she was approved to live in had been condemned by City of Flint inspectors numerous times since 2019. As my client's social worker, I have made several attempts to contact the landlord of the home, the Section 8 housing vendor in Lansing, as well as the landlord's attorney that filed the eviction paperwork. All three entities have failed to return my phone calls. How was a landlord able to rent out a condemned home to a Flint resident that receives a Section 8 voucher, which is federally funded? According to the City of Flint Housing Ordinance 200304, the owner of any rental dwelling shall obtain a certificate of compliance prior to allowing any unit to be occupied by a tenant. Occupying or allowing occupancy without the required certificate shall be deemed a municipal civil infraction punishable pursuant to Flint City Ordinance 1-19. Also, according to the same ordinance, the owner of a rental dwelling must acquire and maintain a valid certificate of compliance for a rental dwelling in order to be entitled to collect rents and or evict tenants for non-payment of rent. As a result of my client being evicted, she is forced to live with her relatives and is in danger of losing her Section 8 voucher. And now that she has an eviction on her record, she is unable to secure her own housing. According to the psychological theory, Maslow's hierarchy of needs, housing is a basic survival requirement. And unfortunately, we are living in a community where housing is an overpriced privilege that many residents can barely afford. I would like to know what can be done to mandate this ordinance amongst landlords and the judges at the 67 District Court that approve evictions.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
The next speaker is Doug Schultz.
Good evening, Doug Schultz, working with Rowe Professional Services. I would direct your attention to item number 260124 in your packets. This is a resolution of support for a trail project on behalf of Genesee County Parks. This is an application to the Michigan Department of Transportation for funding for a future trail project within the city of Flint. Been working with Seamus from the mayor's office on the language for this resolution. We had some last minute changes to that language. I'd worked with your clerk here to distribute some updated language that you should have that's highlighted. It's a paragraph insertion to meet the requirements requested by the Department of Transportation as part of the grant application language that they need. I would welcome your support of this resolution. This is a no financial ask of the city of Flint. This project would be funded by funds outside of the city and maintained by Genesee County Parks. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Michael Harriman.
Good evening. I just want to add to Mr. Richardson's comments about the proposed ordinance for empty houses. I encourage this body to move forward with this. I think it's a good thing. The current policies that are allowing outside investors to continue raping our community by buying these properties and leaving them sit empty and allowing the criminal activity that continues to be a burden on all of us, this needs to change. I'm hoping this ordinance will make a difference on that. And recent example, Councilwoman visited with me and we went through a structure on Davison Road and verified it was not suitable to live in. It was not even suitable to do repairs. It should be demolished. That house sold, Land Bank sold that house to an investor, again, out of Texas. This is the second time an investor from Texas has bought this property and allowed it to sit. I'm the one that meets with the police on Sunday evenings to deal with the individuals that are using this house as a staging area to commit crimes. Time after time, I'm going in and showing them the videos. Time after time, I'm signing statements, witnessing these criminal activities that are going on. This is a continuous problem. It's been going on for more than 20 years. The only time this house has been occupied was when the tenants went in within a week. They were all sick and had to leave. This has happened twice in this house, and it's still standing, and it's still a blight on our community. It's an attack on all of us. So any action that you can do to put more pressure on these absentee landlords. So,
Thank you.
The next speaker is Joyce Richard.
Good evening. My name is Joyce Richard, and I'm here representing the Eric May Center. And what I want to say is that it became a lifeline for me. When I started going there, when it opened, I came out of a long illness. And behind that, I lost a nephew, I lost a cousin, I lost a sister, and I lost a brother within all last year. And it became a lifeline where I could find peace, you know, and being able to do activities because I was finding myself sinking. And I started going there and I started doing activities, getting involved in activities with the people there, you know, and just finding myself, you know, getting back up, lifting my head back up because of all those things that had happened. I also have a husband that have failing kidneys. So I was going through so much. And when I started going there, I found peace, I found joy, unity, love, and found myself again where there was hope. So I just want to say that all the things that I was going through at that time, you know, the Eric May Center has been like a lifeline for me. So I asked, you know, that we continue to have activities going on and everything, you know, because I go there and I volunteer and I find so much joy in doing it, you know, for the seniors. Although I am a senior too, but I find out that helping other seniors, you know, give me more joy and peace within myself. So I want to thank you guys, you know, for allowing me to speak this evening.
The next speaker is Joel Arnold. He's not in. Next speaker is David Peachy.
Dave Peachy, Fourth Ward. I'd just like to comment about the Haskell, $300,000 you want for repairs. Doesn't the city own that? A couple of years ago, we gave them $300,000 to repair there, another one, whatever it was. Anyway, I'm getting off that. I found some statistics here that ought to scare everybody up here. Flint Community Schools. Third grade, 259 students, 14 advanced. Sixth grade, 206 students, 29 advanced proficient. Eighth grade, 109 students, only 17 advanced. This is English. Now we're getting into math. We go through the same thing. Third grade, it started out 260 students, 18 advanced. By the time we got to the eighth grade, you only had 109 students left, 3 advanced in their grades. Now, when I was growing up, that's failing. How can we put all the money into these schools like we have done, the education, and all this money being spent, and you got 3 kids who are proficient at eighth grade? I don't think we have any high schools. This is something that ought to concern every one of you, everyone out here. These kids are running around the streets. They should be in school. When I was growing up, they had truant officers. They caught you, they took you back to school or whatever. Something has to be done about this. This is ridiculous. The future of Flint's right here in this hand. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Moses Timlin.
Hello, good to see you all. Long time for some of you. My name is Moses Timlin, and I live in the 7th Ward. I want to speak in favor of critical zoning code amendments during tonight's legislative committee meeting. I respectfully ask that council please consider passing ordinance 260135, chapter 50 zoning ordinance. I applaud the hard work of both former and current city staff who listened and prepared these recommendations based on community feedback. Additionally, I commend the Planning Commission for their engagement, your engagement over the years with our zoning code updates, and ultimately the Planning Commission passing these changes with unanimous support onto council. Our zoning code needs to respond to real world needs. These proposed zoning amendments make it easier, faster, and more affordable to approve and build new housing. By expanding where housing can be built, what kind of houses, and by eliminating burdensome requirements, we continually are setting Flint on a path where our housing stock meets people's diverse needs. Lastly, I want to speak in support of updating the holiday schedule for city workers. Right-sizing their holiday schedule to align with the vast majority of other organizations is important for attracting and retaining talented individuals who provide our city services, many who are in this room. So please honor their hard work with this reasonable request. As always, I thank you for what you do. You all have hard jobs, and I very much appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Tia Harris.
Good evening, Council. My name is Tia Harris, And I'm here in particular to talk about Resolution 26008.9.1. And it has to do with the amended acceptance Genesee County Senior Millage funding for the Eric Mays Senior Center. Because the county has saw fit to send the funding to the center, I do understand that it takes 5 council members to vote to pass that money so that the senior center can receive the funding that's necessary. Now, a while ago, there was a lot of advocating when it was the Hasselbring Center, and it was said that the advocacy was going on behalf of the seniors at that time. Well, we do still have seniors there now that it is the Mays Center, and I would hope that the advocacy is still for the seniors, our senior community. So I would just like to admonish the council to vote to pass that money so that the senior programs can continue to take place. And I will hope that there is no political posturing, no political filibustering, so that that money can go where it needs to go so that we can support our senior community. Thank you for your consideration.
The next speaker is John Billings.
Johnny Billings, Flint, Michigan, 408 I'm here also to speak on the Mays funding that come from the Genesee County Commissioner grant. Our millage money, we voted on the millage. You guys have been playing games with the Mays Center ever since it has changed names. Okay? Now, previous, when the county awards the center money, it comes to the council to be voted, not to be held up. The money should have been awarded to that center. You guys have an election coming up. So if you playing politics with the north end of the seniors on the north side, we will remember that. But I'm saying this, that money should have been over at that center when just soon as the county awarded us that money, it should have came over here. You guys should have voted to pass it and leave all that other stuff alone. The other stuff had nothing to do with when we receive our grant money. We vote as citizens on the millage. The millage got passed to award centers the grants that is awarded to each center. Now, we didn't get our full amount that we asked for. We want in the next fiscal year, which is coming up in, I think, June or July. Are you guys gonna hold that money too, that we are allotted to receive? You guys need to just pass the money, quit holding it, because it had nothing to do with nothing else. It had nothing to do with the city. It had nothing to do with politics. It's just a straightforward. You vote on the millage is coming to each center as designated. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Michelle Young. Michelle Young. Next speaker is Beverly Biggs Levy.
Hi, my name is Beverly Biggs Levy. I'm the 3rd Ward, and running for the 3rd Ward City Council. I have to be a write-in. And it's mighty strange to be in the last year, you told me in AC we didn't qualify. Only one qualified was LaShawn and Rich Jones to be put on the ballot. By the time we got home, you changed your mind. There's so much corruption going on at the city council, it's pitiful. And nobody will address it, and it needs to be addressed. Last year, you told me I wish when next year come, which is 2026, that hopefully things would change. It's nothing gonna change. You guys are corrupt to the highest of corruption. And until our people wake up and see what you guys are doing, it's still gonna be the same thing. It is ridiculous. You said you couldn't put Leon out of that seat because of the mere fact it has to come from the council. Leon did not even live in the 3rd Ward. He lived in Mount Morris. You guys better wake up. Now he's running 3rd Ward, but he's still in 1st Ward. How is that? Please tell me how this happened. You say the state told you to handle it, so you still didn't handle it. You leave it up to everybody else to do the dirty work. But this is what I have to say to you and the mayor. The hole you trying to dig for me, you better dig one for yourself. Have a blessed day.
The next speaker is Nick Custer.
Good evening, Council. My name is Nick Custer. I live in the 7th Ward, and I'm the Vice President of the Central Park Neighborhood Association. I'm here tonight to speak in support of ordinance number 260134, the vacant housing ordinance, which has kind of come out of a necessity seen in the 7th Ward, but that exists in every ward in the city of Flint. And the reality is that many of us don't realize how vibrant this community is because what we see is housing, empty housing. We don't see the people that need to be here. We don't see the affordability crisis that we know exists because many of these the available properties have been occupied as financial assets, often by folks that do not live or contribute to this community and are often not paid in their taxes or maintained until ultimately they are lost. Every property in the city of Flint could be an asset to us. It could be a reason why this community continues to grow and why our quality of life continues to improve. What it requires is action. What it requires is a system to change the precedent that's been set for 30 to 40 years. Within our community, we have seen property speculators take viable multifamily, single-family homes and turn them into, again, empty properties, waiting for a miracle, waiting for change that just will never come. What has led to is disinvestment. What it's led to is lack of maintenance, ultimately properties deteriorating, being burnt down, vandalized, and ultimately torn down. This is a health and safety issue throughout the entire city of Flint, and I believe that this vacant property ordinance does a fantastic job to address many of the concerns that we all would feel. And I'll address a few of them here because we all have constituents, we all have neighbors that may feel that something like this would occur on them. The reality is a registration fee and $250 a year is affordable to folks in this community that are trying to fix up the house next to them, that are trying to do better for those in their neighborhood and their community. And ultimately, it shows that we have skin in the game. It also provides a more efficient process for city services, for our blight inspectors, and for folks that have to deal with this on the city side and are paid by our budget in order to address these properties quickly and avoid the long-term issues that we all know we experience. The city of Flint is not an investment vehicle. It is a community, and it needs to be vibrant, and it deserves to have the kind of homes that we can provide for our citizens. I believe that perfect is the enemy of good, and that some action today is going to prevent lots of loss into the future. I'm just going to quickly use the last 30 seconds to read exemptions that are built in that all of us should be aware of. This does not require people in the community to pay if the property is selling to a bona fide buyer during that transition closing process of under 3 months. It does not need to be paid if permitted construction or rehab is less than 6 months. It does not need to be paid if it is actively being marketed for rent or sale for less than 1 year. It does not need to be paid if it is
Thank
suffering
you.
probate. Thank you very much for your time.
The final speaker for this meeting is Mari Copany.
It doesn't take a rocket scientist to know that the youth of our city are crying out for help. Over the weekend, there were 2 large brawls involving middle schoolers. One was broken up by some concerned adults. I posted a question to the community on Facebook. Where is the village? There were over 100 responses. A lot of blame on the parents. Some say they don't care and they will end up in jail. Some say there is a village with the kids. The kids don't accept the help. But very few people could recommend any solutions. Everyone has something to say about the kids when they are being negative, but don't want to actually step up to help. I've seen firsthand what happens when people step up to be a village, how kids can thrive. Tonight, there is a resolution for fighting in school. Councilman Lewis says that she met with lawyers, judges, school officials, and parents about this resolution. The one thing that's missing from this list is talking to the kids. This resolution is a copy and paste of Grant Blank's resolution, which was made to target students from Flint. Why would we try to copy the language of something that targets youth from Flint instead of working with the school board? The youth in the community and in many groups working to find solutions to help reduce the violence we see both in schools, out and on the street. Kids don't need more consequences that could harm them from attending school or could make them end up with a criminal record. They need more resources and for people in charge to speak to them. The violence isn't just in schools, it's on the streets and often escalating from fistfights to gunshots and even worse. We need to improve community engagement and bring resources. Oh my God, it's spit everywhere. Ew. And to bring resources directly to them. We need to bridge the programs available to the kids that need them. And we need adults to stop speaking for the kids and start listening to them.
Thank you. It is now time for council response. Council members may respond once to all public speakers only after all public speakers have spoken. An individual council member's response shall be limited to 2 minutes. Is there anyone who'd like to give a response?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you, all speakers. We only get 2 minutes, but I want to speak to the Mays Center. We're not dividing the community. I want that to be clear. When we're saying and it's not just the Mays Center, we also have Brennan Center also. That's the senior center. We have McKinley Center, and there is Hasselbrink. We just received, right now, as you see, many of us are reading this, the budget still states that it's Hasselbrink Center. It's not Hasselbrink. Hasselbrink has not received money since 2012 and 5 emergency managers. We have been asking for a budget for over a year. This is not council. So when we're asking for a budget saying we don't want to, if the grant money was $54,000, the salary that the first paper we received said $85,000. We just got a paper right now that says it's $60,694. It's not the council. We're asking the questions. We don't mind appropriating the money, but if we got leftover money, can we shift some of the ARPA to you? What is your operating budget? We just got this. It shouldn't take a year to get answers. We're supporting our seniors. We know you cannot run a senior center on $54,000 with a salary with the first paper that said $85,000. Now it says $60,000. How much does it cost for the lights? How much does it cost for programming? How much does it cost for the parking lot lights to make sure our seniors in the fall when it's dark? We asked for a total budget. We're just getting it. That's our job, to do our due diligence, and it shouldn't have took a year for this administration. I want all seniors to thrive. I want them on the east, north, south, east, and west. But for a year to get this, and the numbers still don't add up, and it's not the Mays Center. The House of Brain, it's called the Mays Center. And technically by the resolution that I put in, it's the Eric B. Mays Center that I put forth and my council members, we all agreed on. So the paperwork still isn't even right. That's on the administration, not the council, because we support our
Thank you.
seniors.
Anyone else? Anyone else? Go ahead.
Thank you. And I do want to thank everyone who was able to come before us and make comments today. One of the things I do want to talk about, and I'll just touch on it very briefly because I know this is not the committee that the ordinance is housed in, but I think that this neighborhood group, along with myself and our attorneys, we've worked really hard to craft a fair ordinance that will address so many issues that we see happening around our city. But the biggest one being, as many stated that came before us, is the fact that we have a lot of ghost ownership with properties, meaning you have all of these properties where we can't track down who owns it. We don't have a phone number for them. We don't have a correct mailing address for them. We are experiencing a huge burst in our homeless population. And when we see things like fires or other structural issues that happen where people in real time are being harmed, and there's no way for us to contact the owners of the property to make sure that the properties are properly boarded up or taken care of or even demolished. One of the things that we often see is you have those investors coming from not just other states, but other communities within our state. And they sit and they hold on to this property. They do not take care of this property. They are not taking care of this property in our city like they would in some of the other cities that they have property in. So this is just a way to make sure we understand who is responsible for different properties in our city. And I will expound more on it as we go into the legislative committee. But I just wanted to thank everyone who was able to come and speak to it right now during finance. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yes.
Ma-
Go ahead. Okay, Dr. Lewis, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want to address the speaker that was talking about the ordinance that is in the next meeting, excuse me. I just want to be crystal clear that when I do something with a vast amount of research, and I'm probably one of the most engaged council person up here when it comes down to youth. And for example, I'll let you know, so working on that ordinance, it didn't come from me or copy and paste. I reached out to the Grand Blanc clerk, the Grand Blanc police chief, family court attorneys, family judges, parents. I also had a meeting with the students at Southwestern that expressed the fact that they were feeling unsafe. School administrators and also staff of charter schools. I also reached out to the Flint Board of Education. I got an email from the president and she told me that she's not interested. Maybe it'll work good for charter schools. So when I see the videos of people fighting and the fact that I have an actual child in the Flint Community Schools, maybe the only elected official that entrusts their child to the Flint Community Schools. I don't know if you attended the Flint Community Schools, but my child been in there ever since pre-K. So it's double duty for me. I'm a parent in addition to a legislator. And so the Flint Community Schools, as well as the rest of the schools that are within the city of Flint, they're in the city of Flint. And so we're responsible for those people that come into our city. So when I have teachers telling me that, hey, I tried to break up a fight and the student tried to stomp on my head, it affects us. And so I'm doing nothing different outside of, you say it's a cookie cutter piece. No, it is enriched with community service, as well as offering remedial services such as counseling and things like that, that will assist the youth. So it'll work in a much better way if we will contact the official that's putting it out, see what it's all about, because accusations, not really accurate. So looking forward to engaging further.
Thank you. Councilman in the Fifth Ward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I would like to thank all of the residents for coming out to the meeting this evening. Thank you for being engaged in the process, and I hope to see you back. This is nice that we do have a nice crowd here tonight. I do want to touch on a couple of things. I know that later on in the Governmental Operations Committee meeting, we will have a discussion as far as the properties in the city of Flint. I think the discussion was put on the floor, Councilwoman Burns and myself. We want to talk about how the properties are being, you know, as far as the landlords and different things like that. Business, these empty buildings that's not being inspected. So I'm gonna look forward to that discussion. And I hope that the department that's supposed to present is here or will be here soon. Also, I wanted to make a point about the Mays Center. Look, it's not that we don't care about the seniors, but I just want people to understand, really, the council did not even approve for the Mays Center to remain open. How did the Mays Center continue to remain open after Hasselbrain was wrongly evicted out of that building? Now, we do have the budgets, and I'm still sitting here looking at this, trying to piece things together. I will not approve accepting millage money.
Thank you, that's your time. Is there anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Yeah, a couple of things.
You have the nasty.
The Mays Center, I think it's laughable to say that the council is holding monies back from that. Like, it is an absolute misinformation. The county got the city's request for dollars last year and said it was the worst application they've ever seen. And we just got the dollars a few weeks ago, and we're just now getting whatever this budget is, because none of the numbers make sense of it, that we just got today. So it's disappointing that there's misinformation that the council is holding up programs for the Mays Center. It's just not true. But we will hold the administration accountable to get us the information so that we can be correct and appropriate fiduciaries for those dollars and make sure they are spent on the seniors. And a couple of people have made comments on the schools or whatever. My kids do not go to Flint Community Schools. I do not trust the Flint Community Schools with my kids. I think the Flint Community Schools should be abolished because they've been a disappointment for over a decade. And I know I'm going to piss a lot of people off by saying that, but tell me one good thing that Flint Community Schools has done in the past decade. They've killed our neighborhoods with abandoned schools. Their graduation rate is less than abysmal. Anyone with any kind of sense of they want their children to succeed, they send them to a different school. So it's and that's not breaking news. Everybody knows it's declining. So their enrollment.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else? All right, I'll take my 2 minutes. I want to thank Mr. Richardson for meeting with me to go over this ordinance, and the comments that I had were actually added into the ordinance because it affects not only the 7th ward, it also affects the 4th ward as well. So I think it's a very well-written ordinance. I do have my concerns about collecting of any fees because so many people just leave their properties and just let it go back to the county. So that is something that will be discussed. And, you know, Ms. Littlejohn, I had a house that I rented to my niece who came from Vegas with Section 8 housing. I bought my father's house for her to rent. And the inspection was quite vigorous. And even though we had built it with we had to do some remodeling to make it a 4-bedroom house and add the egress window in the basement and all that. One of the things they did was check the water. And for that to be, I find that appalling that somebody would, number one, we have too many houses being rented in the city that have no water or electricity. And I find that appalling, and I think that's all I wanted to speak on. Thank you very much. We're going to go on to consent agenda. I will entertain a motion. It's been moved by if my stupid mouse would work. No, my mouse wasn't doing what I wanted it to do. It was been moved by the councilman in the 8th ward, supported by the councilwoman in the 7th ward. Are there any separations? Just a second, let me find my papers with all this. Okay. 89.1. Okay. Also. Okay. Okay. All right. Is there anyone else? Any other separations?
Yes, Madam
Go
Chair.
ahead.
I would like to separate 260073.
Okay.
That's it.
Any others?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Mr.
I'd
Chair.
like to separate 260132.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else? Any other separations? Okay, the consent agenda will consist of the following resolutions. 260111, change order, Raymond Robeson, fiscal year 2024 audit. 260113, contract Trio Paint, general contractor services. 260124, support for MDOT Transportation Alternatives Program Grant. 260125, to accept the fiscal year 2024 state and local cybersecurity grant program and authorized grant agreement. 260127, Lutz Roofing Company for the water plant roof. And that's it. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Dr. Lewis.
Go ahead.
Dr. Lewis.
Yes.
Ms. Johnson.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Yes.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Ms. Mashat.
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett.
Yes.
Mr. Alamin.
Yes.
Vote is 9 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 9 yes, 0 no. That will be sent to council. Our first separation is 260073.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I would like to make a motion to send 260073, which is the budget amendment 2025-26 annual action plan, U.S.
Department of Housing and Urban Development, Community Development Block Grant to council.
It's supported, the motion is made by the councilwoman in the 7th ward, supported by the councilman in the 1st ward. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Yes, I have discussion. Madam Chair, I separated that resolution, and I want it on the record that I will not be supporting that resolution. I did not vote for that resolution initially, and I will stand consistent in my position. I will not vote to send that to council. I do find that some of the organizations on that list, in my opinion, are, I don't know, I have some issues with those organizations. So because I didn't support it the first time, I'm not going to support this resolution, this continued resolution. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So I will not be supporting this resolution this evening because for over a month now, I've been asking the administration on when I can see the proposals that they provided, meaning the contractors that these dollars go to, of what programs they are going to provide, and haven't received anything. So how can we hold these contractors or programs to efficient, or how do I word this? How do we hold them accountable to make sure that they are providing the services that they told the city that they were going to provide? So we are just going to give out money over and over and over again, but we have no idea what they promised to provide, and we have no idea what they are actually providing. So I've been asking for over a month for these proposals on what these providers said that they were going to provide with the money, and I've gotten absolutely nothing from the administration. So I will not be supporting it. I'm sure there's some great programs and some great services in there, but until we get documents that we request to make sure that we are spending the dollars that that federal government gives us appropriately to try to move the city and move the residents and provide better services, I'm not going to be a blank check. My vote is not going to be a blank check, just give money out to every nonprofit program with zero accountability. So I'm a no on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
if we could please have the person who can speak to this resolution that we moved through this committee once before already, and then it was at council, and it was sent back from council last week back to this committee. If we could have them come back here, because we did have 5 votes to put it at council, and then we had to send it back here so that it would not fail. But we've had this discussion a couple of times before. We can have it again tonight.
Love it.
How
Thank
are
you.
you?
Thank you.
I was just wasting time waiting for you to walk up here.
Appreciate
So can you explain the fact that these dollars are from what time period?
July 14th of 2025 through July 13th, 2026.
Correct. So these are not our new CDB, community block grant dollars, correct?
Correct.
And so these are contracts that have already been signed, or
These are contracts that you approved back in August of 2025
contracts we approved in August of 2025
for $4.5 million.
for $4.5 million?
Yes.
Okay, and so these organizations have been expecting these dollars since?
No, these organizations have already signed contracts.
They've already signed contracts?
Correct.
For these dollars?
Yes.
That we approved in 2025, and this resolution that was just in council last week?
Yes.
Okay, I yield. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Thank you. Madam Chair?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, Mr. Slaughter, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. So it keeps coming back because of one simple thing. Is there a reason why we can't get the documents requested?
I provided everything that's been requested by Councilman Pfeiffer, as well as any other. I think you had asked for something also. All that's
Yeah, I
been
did.
provided.
I asked for any and all applications for those who were approved and not approved.
That's all been provided.
Did we? We're looking.
What's your request?
Ms. Burns, have you received anything? Because I have not received a document, so I don't know who's.
I provide the information as indicated in two meetings before to the city clerk.
She's
You-
shaking her head, and that would be as in a no. So here's the thing. I don't want it to be presented as if this council, again, is not trying to make sure these organizations get the money. We keep hitting the same stumbling block, and it states, the clerk states it would go to her. When you stated that, she's shaking her head as in no, we did not receive it. So when we ask for any and all applications for those who received it and those who did not, we have not, and the clerk has stated she did not get it. Now, I don't know if we got another IT problem, but that's where that is at.
I've done my part.
Okay.
All I'm asking
yeah,
you to
okay,
approve
and so- yeah.
$99,000.
And so, well, yeah, and 90,000 can be 10 million to somebody who needs only that 90,000 to save something, to do something. And so, Mr. Slaughter, it is not us. We don't have it.
Okay.
You know, and you're not allowed, because we cannot interfere in day-to-day operations with administrations. We understand that clearly per the Flint City Charter. So when we get it, and we don't have it. So when you say who approved, do you know who voted yes on this to approve it?
Who approved the original?
Yeah, who approved the original? Was it unanimous?
I don't know what the votes were, but yes, it was approved in 2025.
Yeah, okay, but was it unanimous? Because everyone did not approve this. And because there were questions then. And so when we come up here in these organizations, which the one individual, she came, which I had never heard of her, and it was nice for her to come.
Correct.
And I'd never met her. Yeah, and she gave great information, a great presentation. And so when we're saying who all, who approved, everyone did not. And so we're asking for the documents so that we can read them. We need to make sure they get to the, oh, hold on. Can we stop and have the clerk wants to speak?
Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt. Mr. Slaughter did provide that information. It was on April 8th, and that was the meeting that I wasn't in attendance, but I did email it to all the council members that day at 4:42. What he sent to me, I sent to you all that day.
Okay, so thank you. Are you trying to open it up? So here's the other part. Do you know who approved it before?
The clerk would have that information. I mean, not the clerk herself, but that goes to the clerk because we get the approved resolutions.
Okay, and it should be in the minutes then. But when you say you all, and so do we, and I don't have my laptop. I have the only laptop in the city that doesn't ever work.
Okay.
That stays in IT for some reason, because they think I'm giving people documents, because I believe in being transparent, and I'm not. But I do want to say this. I will try to look it up on my little phone, or if the clerk, if you could print those documents out to us, please. I know there were some of the organizations which were cleared up. There were some questions, and the one she came, hers was not canceled, but I think there was 5 other organizations or 3 that had the same name as that one. But if the clerk could print those out to give us time to look at those. And this is the last payment of, they've received some funds, haven't they?
They received $4.5 million.
And so this is the last 90,000.
This is 2% that HUD allocated. Excuse me, when you approved it back in August of 2025, HUD hadn't gave us the final allocation. So they gave us 2% more, took away 3% from ESG funds, 4% was given for CDBG, and then 3% was given for ESG. We had to split it equally amongst all organizations. So
Okay.
yeah.
Mr. Slaughter, in that information that you sent, did it have the applications that were denied also?
Yes, I provided
Okay.
exactly what Councilman in the 8th Ward asked for, which was.
Do you remember what Councilman Pfeiffer
he
asked for?
He asked for narratives of everyone who applied and the scores of, the risk scores, as well as the summary of what they were going to use the funds for.
Okay.
And it was very thorough. So you would have that on each and every individual company in the organization.
Okay, and so she's going to print, because I can't look it up.
Okay.
And so April wouldn't have helped me. My computer's been down the year, basically.
Okay.
And looking on the little Samsung, I got older eyes. So when she prints out, I will look at it and see. You did get that information that was requested. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So yeah, Mr. Slaughter, I received that, and thank you for sending it. And thank you for providing that insight that my colleagues asked for. Very, very helpful. And it was also very helpful that we got an opportunity to meet Laura from Best Practices.
Yes.
I know that they just had a big onboarding, and they were going over the LC3s and sent out an extensive invitation, even invited some council members to come on down and meet with them.
We're gonna have
And
a
so-
small business seminar here also here within the next 3 months.
Yes, that's it.
Yes.
That's good stuff.
Yeah.
So I definitely appreciate it. And so I see the great work that Best Practices are doing. And I know a few other organizations, they are also working diligently too. So I definitely appreciate it and looking forward to supporting this.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Any other discussion in the first round? Any other discussion in the first round? Any discussion in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Mr. Slaughter, apparently you did send it. I'm just now seeing it for the first time, so I apologize for that.
Appreciate it.
That being said, I want to review these documents that you sent, and that's on me, but I will, send it to Special Affairs to move it to the next phase, just so that I have time to review it. But I don't know if anybody else wants to speak in the second round, but.
I do.
Okay, I yield. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, through you, Madam Chair, through Madam Clerk, will you be able to have that printed so I can read it? Oh, okay. So that'll give me time to read it. It's kind of hard not working on a laptop.
All right.
But if she'll have it printed, I will move it to Special Affairs. And then that should give me time to read through it.
Okay.
And so this is, when is the next disbursement?
The next disbursement has already been allocated. Staff is working on it now. We want to make sure that we provide you with all of this information ahead of time so that once we come before you, everything that you've requested this time, we'll have it prepared for you. And we would also like to have all CWAC members in place if possible, because they do have a lot of influence when we meet.
On whether it's approved or not.
Correct. They're participating before it's approved.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, I'll read it, but I will send it to Special Affairs.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the second round? Any other discussion in the second round?
So you can't do the water test.
Any other discussion in the second round? This is the vote to send 2600.
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
make a motion, we send this to Special Affairs.
So motion on the floor to send resolution 260073 to Special Affairs. Is there supported by the councilman? Councilman in the ninth ward made the motion and supported by the councilman in the first round. This is the vote to send 260073 to Special Affairs.
Ms. Johnson? Yes. Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes. I
Ms.
can send
Burns?
it to Special Affairs.
Yes.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
The vote is 9 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 9 yes, 0 no, though it will be sent to Special Affairs.
Thank you.
The next separation is 260089.1, the amended acceptance for Genesee County Senior Millage Funding, Eric Mays Senior and Community Service Center, and amend the fiscal year 2026 budget. I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to move Resolution 260089.1 to council.
It has been motion made by the councilman in the first ward, supported by the councilwoman in the third ward, to send 260089.1 to council. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
today we stand at a pivotal moment for our senior community and the Eric May Senior Community Center. This resolution, which has undergone through scrutiny and has now been carefully revised to address all previous concerns. The needs of our seniors have been clearly defined and are pressing. By accepting these funds, we are directly responding to those needs. The Genesee County Senior Millage Funds have already been approved by the county, which means that they had went through it and had an opportunity to see that it was fit to move forward. With these funds, the center can expand its program and services. The repeated review and revision of the resolution demonstrates our commitment to transparency and diligence. Now that all concerns have been addressed, it is time to send this resolution to council and pass it. It is time to send a strong message that we prioritize the needs of our seniors in this community. I end.
Is that it? Okay, thank you. Is there any other discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I don't know who's going to discuss this budget for us.
Is there anyone who can address the budget for the Mays Center?
Hello. So what actually is the budget that we're proposing? Because I've got like 3, 4, 5 different things and none of the dollars match each other. So I'm like, which one, is there an actual budget of how much we plan to spend and where those dollars are coming from?
Yeah, what I provided was the FY26 actuals to date for expenditures for that department in the Parks Fund, the FY26 amended budget, and the FY27 proposed budget. That's all for the Mays Center and the Parks Fund.
So, but we didn't ask for the entire, we asked, what are we spending at each of these centers? So that's, do you know what's the budget for the Mays Center? What's the budget for McKinley? What's the budget for Haskell? What's, like, those are the budgets we want to, like, this budget we were familiar with because that's what's in the Parks Fund. But we have more expenditures that come out of that fund as well. So
Right.
we want to separate just the senior centers and what's their line item budget.
Yeah, tell me again what you're asking about.
The budget, so what you provided for the parks thing, we like broken down to each senior center.
Okay, I excluded accounts with 0 expenditures. So that's why McKinley Center was excluded. Haskell doesn't have an operating budget. Any expenditures come from the PAL organization.
So what is the budget for, if you're saying that those don't have budgets or expenses, how much money are we planning to spend at the Eric Mays Center?
Yeah, one second.
Because I don't see that dollar value anywhere.
So just for clarification, the budget for the Mays Center does say Hasselbring, but it was Hasselbring at the time that we created the account. So, but it's understood that that refers to that senior center, which is the Mays Senior Center. If you're looking at
just looking at that form, because you have that one in front of you. So are we saying that we approved $59,000 budget? Am I reading that correctly? We appropriated $59,000 for that center?
You're correct that is the amended budget for FY26. Yes, the original budget, let me make sure that I have the columns right. 26. Yes, the original budget, I believe, was $26,000 because at the time, we mostly just budgeted for utilities and we didn't have historical information about what kind of activities would
So
be going on.
when did the amended budget come before us to amend the budget on that?
The mayor is authorized to amend the budget within certain thresholds.
Okay, that's news to me.
That's ordinance 3856.
Yeah, you were loaded, ready for that one. So we approved $59,000 and you're saying that, if I read this correctly, you've already spent $136,000? So you've already went over the budget $70,000?
The 59,000 is what's budgeted for the operating costs in the Parks Fund. Let me just find that. Could you hold it up for me so I can see which
the
document?
the one with the
Yeah,
blue on
okay.
This is very cool to put together.
Yep, that's right here.
I just, it's
Yep,
it's hard to move
Yeah.
these numbers around because none of them.
Right, if you notice, and I meant to get to it, but,
That's his time. Is there any other?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
Yeah, he can finish on my
Yep,
time.
Go ahead.
okay. I don't know if, I can't remember if I said it, but the Mays Center General Ledger account numbers start with 208-752-160. Those are the operating accounts within the Parks Fund. The wages and fringes are paid out of the general fund. So if you're looking at that 135,000 number, that includes general fund expenditures, because I figured you'd want to see that.
So the total operating costs for, what's the total operating cost? With salaries, fringe benefits, your professional services? Because when we talk about a budget, you're looking at, hey, the Mays Center, and the Mays Center, how much does it cost to operate?
Right. Again, it's hard to say a definitive answer just because we're lacking historical data.
I'm
But
sorry, because you're lacking what?
historical data, because this
Okay.
is new.
Okay. So when was the last time, because you have on here is the heading that it's Hasselbrink Community Center. When
Yeah.
is the last year that that the city gave any funds to Hasselbrink for operating costs?
I don't know about the city paying Hasselbrink.
Well, it was a senior center.
Right. You're asking what was the last year that the city gave money to Hasselbrink?
Yeah, because underneath where you stated, it says appropriations, and it's got the department number,
Mhm.
and it has Hasselbrink Community Center.
Right. Right. That's the name of the department, because when we created those general ledger account numbers, it was still named Hasselbrink.
Okay, because Hasselbrink was a nonprofit, which was not a part of the city.
Right.
And the last time that the city of Flint paid anything into our senior centers, I believe it was emergency management, 2012.
Right. I think
Right.
the accounts were just created before the name had changed from Hasselbrink to Mays.
Okay, so in here we have, so there were we received documents before that there were going to be two directors, both at 85,000. Then we received today that the salary is 60,000. This one, I know you want us to hold up papers.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I don't know what the 84,000, the 60,000 that's run out of report in the system.
Okay, so in the system, and it's the $60,694.40. So the other paper that we got before that for I believe the McKinley Center and the May Center, both would have directors paid at 85.5. So that document is not valid.
Without seeing what document you're referring to, it's hard for me to say.
Yeah, that was enough. That was when it was first presented to us. So is there a personal service contract with this one?
What do you mean by personal service?
So is there a contract for Mrs. Wiggins?
Oh, I don't know the answer to that. I just know that she's employed by the city.
Okay, so she should have a personal service contract. So programming, how much do we spend programming, and how many programs do we have? Who would be able to speak to that?
I'll just say,
'Cause
yeah.
I don't know which one and literally when we got these, we've got stuff included in this packet that water testing, golf courses, it was just kind of, we're separating everything.
Yeah, I understand. We wanted to make sure that you guys had everything that you had asked for. This has kind of gone on a while, and a lot of things have been brought up. But as far as the particular kind of activities, that's the cover page, or at least for me, it was the cover page of the packet they were given. Recreational and social engagement, health and wellness programs, educational and enrichment opportunities.
How much is each program? How much is programming? So we have health and wellness. How much is health and wellness? And is there a breakdown for each programming?
I don't think it was budgeted that way in this fiscal year.
Okay, so it's not a line item?
No, it would just be professional
It's
services.
just all one lump sum for professional services, and it does not include, so if they're, because there were different vendors. There were people who came who were vendors.
Mhm.
And so each vendor was doing, I'm gonna call them vendors, were doing separate, say, painting, and then
Mhm.
there was dancing. And so when we look at a budget, it's kind of like a car. Each car's got a different part, the engine, the transmission, and if you're getting it all pricing it together, but then in the end, you got one huge price for a $85,000 car.
Right.
So how much did each part cost? We don't have the parts. I don't know how to break it down anymore, but it's hard. We're getting this and it's not, adding up. And we're not, and I'm just saying, if we need to give, and there's my time.
Thank you. Anyone else in the first round? Anyone else in the first round?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Mr.
thank you. Through you to the speaker. The sheet that has the blue, the 135,139.28.
Mhm.
Tell me again what that number represents.
That is all operating costs, including wages and fringes for the Mays Center
So that's
only.
an actual cost.
That is year to date,
So that's a year to date. And what is that, when did the year start?
July 1st.
July 1st of
2025.
25.
Yep.
So July 1st to 25, we have expended 135,000.
Right. Most of
Okay.
that would have been the wages and fringes.
All right. Now, there was when you were speaking to the ordinance, you gave us a number,
Mhm.
the ordinance number.
Yep.
And you said that according to that ordinance, there was that which didn't necessarily have to come before us.
Right.
Do you know what that dollar amount is that doesn't have to come before us?
It's $25,000.
25,000.
Yeah. Technically, it's $24,999.99.
And how much of that has been expended to this point?
Well, I believe, and I'm trying to jog my memory because what I did today, and I just did a transfer of $24,999.99 because there are vendors that need to be paid. That was transferred from another department within the Parks Fund. I believe another transfer from a different department was done previously, but off the top of my head, I don't remember what it was. I think
Okay.
it was only like 8,000.
And I guess part of what I'm also trying to understand is the approved amount from the county is the 54,744.
Mhm.
The amended budget is $59,000. So that's gonna have us at a total of $103,000 that has been budgeted for this program.
Yeah, I think
And
113.
we are already over that budget by $30,000.
Okay.
Part of what we were trying to understand a year ago was this: what is it projected this programming is going to cost? Not again, for me anyway.
Mhm.
What I'll say is not that I want to withhold and have services not be provided for our seniors. I'm trying to understand as a responsible council person, so I understand myself to try to be,
Mhm.
what is it truly going to cost? I knew $54,000 wouldn't be sufficient.
Mhm.
So where was the rest? Not just where was the rest of the money going to come from, but how much more? And for me, that's where I've been trying to get. How much is it going to cost? Because part of the concern that I have, and what was troubling, is there were vendors that came before us last week saying they haven't been paid.
Mhm.
Well, the contract to that vendor wasn't between myself as a council person and that vendor. So for them to come to me and say, in an accusatory fashion, you're holding up my money, I didn't even know that that was expended or allocated to them, nor how much was needed. So this is some helpful that we're now understanding what it's going to cost, because even at this point, so now that we're over the 24,999, what's going to come to council for the other $10,000+ now that's needed, and whatever else is going to be expended between year to date, April 22nd and June 30?
Well, I just want to clarify that the 135,000 in actual year-to-date expenditures includes funds that are budgeted, are appropriated in the general fund. So,
I'm not concerned about where
Yeah.
the money is coming from.
okay.
It don't matter to me necessarily that it's coming from general fund dollars or park allocated dollars. What I'm asking is, what's the total cost?
Mike isn't on. Is there any other discussion in the first round? Any other discussion in the first round? How about in the second? Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Thank you. So Christian,
Yes.
so quick question. So the ordinance number, can you say that number again?
It's 3856.
Thank you. And I just wanted that for the record. So this is, and to Councilman Jarrett's, if we don't know that it's something expended, we can't be held accountable if you're bypassing council. It's unfair to say that when we didn't know. So how many times a day are you using this 24,999?
You know, I just did the math.
Right.
I'm pretty sure the budget started at 26,000. It's at 59,000. I know I just did 25,000 earlier today, which means I had to have done 8,000 previously. I believe janitorial services. I think
in the beginning,
well, it's a combination. In the beginning, yeah, it's Collins Janitorial is the name of the vendor. Collins Janitorial. Yeah, Collins. Yep. But we are no longer using them because we do have city staff that are going out there.
People want transparency. That's all I'm asking. And I know you feel, so 25,000, that went for janitorial. How long had the janitorial service not been paid?
Just clarify, I believe it was 8,000 for janitorial services.
Okay, so who paid for there's only one janitorial services on here that I see. And it's
Yeah.
under a person.
You know what?
And that's under Hawkins.
Yeah, it's Jeffrey Hawkins is his name, but his business name is Collins Janitorial.
Okay, but that's on here for 12,000.
Well, there was,
sheet.
yeah,
I'll put the sheet up. That's the sheet.
right.
So how long have they not been paid if we're just paying them?
No, that vendor has been paid. But what I said is that I believe I transferred $8,000 earlier months ago to pay outstanding invoices for the janitorial services. If it's 12,000 for the whole year,
That's on this page.
yes, yeah, I see that, yeah.
Okay.
But that's the 8,000 is just what we needed.
So this is where we want transparency. How much does it cost is what we're asking.
Anyone else in the second round? Go ahead.
Right.
Chris, I just want, all of these actuals are great. I would like a budget that says we're going to spend $100,000 in labor, we're going to spend $100,000 on programs, we're going to spend $100,000 on heat and electricity, we're going to spend, you know, whatever else on postage or programs or like that's what I want to see. And I don't like the line item budget of what we have, or the $59,000, like that to me is useless because we know that's way more than that, right? So I want to know how much this is going to cost us every single year.
Right.
That's what I'm looking for.
Right. Again, it would just be projections because we don't have historical data to know for sure.
No, I understand that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what are we projected to spend?
And it's included in the FY27 proposed budget.
The one that we're currently trying to adopt, right?
Correct.
Yeah, but that doesn't, but the problem is these dollars that we're trying to get are for this current fiscal year.
Right.
So what are we projected to spend the remaining of this fiscal year? Because these dollars that we're about to take in have to be spent out, or they have to be credited back to stuff we've already spent, correct?
Correct, yes.
Yeah. So what further are we projected to spend that's not budgeted, because we're way over the budget already? Because you're spending dollars that aren't budgeted right now. So what are we projected to spend to keep these centers open?
Well, with the transfer that I did, it's not over budget anymore. So I can pay what's outstanding. And then if we accept the millage funds, we would have a budget with those. And that would be it.
No. So you're saying we're not over budget, but we are, because I'm including the wages that we've allocated, that we've spent. Like, to me, that should be, even though it might be a different line item on the general fund, that should be part of the budget because it's directly spent at this facility. You understand what I'm saying?
I don't necessarily disagree with that. I understand. It's yes.
So that's, I'm looking for an overall of what we've spent, what we're projected to spend the remaining of this fiscal year to June 30th or 30. That's what I'm looking for.
Right, I understand. Did you get the chance to review the FY27 budget that was proposed?
That's your time. Any other discussion in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, sir, and finish your statement or your question.
Oh, yeah, and I just wanted to say that with FY26, with the information that we had at the time, we didn't have any concrete plans for what programs, what kind of activities would happen. So there was no way to budget more than just the $26,000 that was budgeted for utilities.
Okay.
As we have gone through the fiscal year and Mrs. Wiggins has, really built up the senior center, we're getting more data on what kind of programs are working and what's not, which is how I was able to be better informed with the FY27 proposed budget. That's all I was saying.
Thank you.
I think if you're looking to try to analyze what the operating cost projection would be for the Mays Center, I would look at the FY27 proposed budget.
Okay. My question, can you help me understand what all is included in professional service that came to the 19,000? When you say professional service, what is under that umbrella?
It's a lot of different things. I would definitely, like, if you really want the best answer, I would refer you to the expenditure detail that I provided, but
Which, this here?
yes. I don't know if I gave it a,
So is that to say all of this is, all of these expenditures are professional services?
no, that's all accounts that are in the operating budget in the 208 Parks Fund.
Okay.
Because I believe it was at the last meeting that it was requested to see all of the expenditures.
So,
Yeah, and you're looking at 208-752-160-801-000, and that's every single expenditure in professional services.
okay.
It's mostly the meals for the seniors.
Yes, I'm sorry?
The meals for the seniors, that's what it mostly is, and then there was some janitorial services.
Yeah, I'm seeing it now. Yeah, it's somewhat of a catch-all. Professional services is somewhat of a catch-all. Okay, I yield.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, it seems as though that my colleagues need another round. So I would like to put a motion on the floor to have one more additional round of what, 3 minutes?
3 minutes.
3 minutes.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to add one round of 3 minutes per council member speaking opportunity. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved by the councilwoman in the fifth ward, supported by councilwoman in the sixth ward. This is the vote to add additional round.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mushat is not in. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin? Dr. Lewis? Is not in. Ms. Johnson? The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. We will, we're still in second round. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak in the second round?
Madam Chair.
We're still in the second round.
Oh.
I'm just verifying.
Oh,
Anyone else would like to speak in the second round? Okay, we'll go on to the third round. Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns, I
Um,
said.
Thank you. So I got several questions, but I think some of our questions will not be answered. Because so when balancing, is it frequent, Christian, that you use the 25,000, whatever that ordinance is? I thought it was 75. Is this frequent when you have, and I hate to have anyone with the outstanding balance and we're using that to pay the cities instead of bringing it to
Request for
council.
information. Are you aware that it's $25,000 to make a budget amendment, but if the money's already budgeted, he can spend the 75,000?
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman Pfeiffer. So I think that Christian, who gives you the okay to do this? Who do you ask to do this?
It's per the ordinance.
So do you make a decision yourself to just take 25,000 to do it, or?
No, the ordinance speaks to who approves it. Like
So who approved it today?
It was approved by the department head.
Who was the department head?
In this case, it was Mr. Slaughter, because it came from the Parks
Okay, so
Administration.
Mr. Slaughter said, hey, Christian, we need another 25. We need to pay some of the bills that are off for the senior center. Is that correct?
I requested from Mr. Slaughter, I had a conversation
So-
with him if it would be okay.
So if you requested from Mr. Slaughter, who asked you to ask that request from Mr. Slaughter?
I made that decision on my own.
You
Looking
make
at,
$25,000 decisions on your own?
well,
without-
it was approved at several levels.
What level, okay, was
Yeah.
the city administrator involved?
Yes.
Was the mayor involved?
If I could just finish, it was approved, in this particular case, it was approved by Mr. Slaughter and by the CFO and by the city administrator and by the mayor, and that's per the
Okay.
ordinance.
So we need to have everybody in the room. I'd like to put a motion on the floor to subpoena the mayor so we can have him answer questions. Madam Chair.
There's a motion on the floor to subpoena the mayor to answer questions. Is there support?
Madam Chair, I support that motion.
It's been supported by the councilwoman in the fifth ward. This is the vote to subpoena.
Madam Chair?
Yes. Is there discussion on this motion?
No, I just want to make sure that the motion clarifies exactly what we are asking the mayor questions about. So it's about the resolution.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So, well, I think we like to subpoena the mayor to ask him several questions on budget issues. And this one pertains to, because we can't get this was a lot. If this decision came, that $25,000 And obviously the $75,000, because we know that personal service contracts, so we can get questions answered. We did ask nicely for the mayor to come, I believe twice, and he declined. So we would like just for him to answer some questions, because we're unfortunately asking, and people don't feel comfortable answering. So we need to get the ones who make the decisions.
Okay, so I'm putting down as to subpoena the mayor to answer questions concerning budget issues.
Any and all things pertaining to the budget issues, dollar amounts and or approvals without council approval. Funds which were being approved without council approval. Because if council is being charged with the fact that we're holding up business, and we're not, because we're not even seeing it. We're not even getting it to say that we're not paying them. And there's this ordinance number that he can rattle off, and Christian, I would not like, I feel sorry for you being in your shoes. You're operating with honesty and integrity, but I know that it's difficult. We need to find out, because council is being stated, we're not approving. We're never seeing it. And if they're approving at 25,000, how many times has 25,000 been used, or 75,000? We don't know.
Madam Chair, the motion was made by Ms. Burns, and who supported?
Councilwoman in the fifth ward.
Okay, roll call on this motion. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat? It's a motion to subpoena Mayor Neely to answer questions on budget issues, mostly concerning funds that are approved, or funds without council approval. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Did not show up.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson? Ms. Priestley? The vote is 5 yes, 4 no.
Thank you. Christian, and let me say this to you. I've been in your shoes before. Thank you for answering. And it's not you, it's people want transparency. And if I could read this and understand it, I wouldn't have to ask. But when decisions are made at a level that are above your head, then this is the city. Residents have a responsibility that they can know. And if all we're asking for, how much is it total to budget? Not all, we've had a few. And to Mrs. Wiggins, I supported you in what you're doing. And I know that the senior centers have split. We had a very lovely conversation over at Mott Park when you had one with Beverly Lewis and some of the programming. How can the seniors all benefit together? And we need a total budget. And we don't have that, as my colleagues at the other end are going over. So thank you.
Second round. Or third round, excuse me, third round.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
thank you. I just want to make sure I'm understanding this, some of these charges appropriately. The $12,000 that was paid, if I understand, for janitorial services, was that $12,000 where the last $4,000 payment was in October of 25? Was that for the entire year? Did we make 3 payments of $4,000 to cover the year, or does that $4,000 represent a monthly charge?
I don't know that, I'll say what wasn't for the year. I'm not sure exactly what the billing period was. I think it was a combination of a period of services, and also there was a fee for like cleaning up for special events, I think.
So special events?
Yeah,
Would those be some of the special events that we're charging rent for?
I'm not sure.
I would be interested to know if our rent agreements include a service charge for cleanup. I was hopeful that you would have said that $12,000 that was paid back in October represented us basically paying in advance for the year. Because if we're paying more than $1,000 a month for cleaning, that is if we're paying $4,000, especially a month for cleaning, that's an expensive proposition.
Yeah, without having the invoice in front of me, I don't know exactly what it was being billed for.
Okay. So are you going to be the spokesperson for this resolution? You
I
believe?
am now.
Okay. Whether it be at council on Monday, or special affairs on Monday, council on Monday, or finance in the next committee meeting, can you let us know
I can,
the
yeah.
cost of the cleaning, either monthly or however, for whatever the charges might include?
Right. I do believe they canceled the services because of the cost.
I'm sorry?
I believe they canceled that, requesting those services because of the cost. I think the only reason they went with a contractor to do janitorial services was because our internal staff were short-staffed.
So we have a different contractor now.
No, there's not a different contractor. There's the City of Flint cleaning staff.
So
They're employees of the city.
Employees of the city are
Correct.
cleaning it now. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Yes.
Third round. Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Chris, Ms. Wiggins or Ed, one of you guys, can you come up? I just want to know what the process is. If you want to have a program, how do you go about getting that cost and getting it approved? Like for the remainder of the year. So do you have anything planned in the next 2+ months that is going to cost the city dollars?
No.
You don't have
A
any
lot of the
programming?
cost comes out of my pocket.
What does that mean?
I pay for it. Oh, my God. Or we have some of the seniors to volunteers.
So, and I only say that because the gentleman that came up and said that he wasn't paid for anything like that. So
Right.
when you decide to bring folks like that to teach or whatever else, what is that process to make sure that it's budgeted and anything else? And you're saying that we don't have any of those things for the remainder of this fiscal year?
No.
Mm-mm.
The only thing outstanding is Mr. Collins and his wife.
Mhm. The only
It's not a
thing,
lot.
yeah, the only thing that we have outstanding is our computer instructor and our craft instructor.
So explain to me that process of if you want to bring in a program or something else, what does that process go through? Obviously, it doesn't go through a bid process. How do you solicit those folks to determine the dollar? How does that dollar get approved? How do you bring in new programs? Does that make sense? Is that
Well, they start out as volunteers, and we were depending on the millage to assist us. So they come on as a volunteer.
No, I understand that.
Yes.
I understand that. But
So we don't, at that time, they'll give us an approximation of how much they would charge us, but they just volunteer. And we just said that when the millage comes, that we would sit down and talk to them about a cost.
so we don't know the cost before we solicit the service?
Well, we know approximately it's up to $25 to $35 per class. And that is based on the average of most senior centers.
Okay, it concerns me that we are potentially have vendors that we don't have contracts for. And we don't have, and they're paying for those up front. I mean, the $60,000 from this millage, we have money to fund this center without that. So it's concerning that we don't have contracts and we're squaring up after this millage that we didn't know we were getting. It's crazy.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the third round?
I don't know, but how you spending money out your?
Any other discussion in the third round? Okay, this is the vote to send 260089.1 to council.
I'm not understanding that.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett?
No.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
No.
Ms. Johnson? Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
The vote is 4 yes, 5 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 5 no. That failed to go to council. There's a motion on the floor by the councilman in the 8th ward to leave in finance, supported by the councilman in the 1st ward. This is the vote.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
This report ain't even accurate.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
And the vote is 8 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 1 no. That will stay in finance. Our next separated resolution, if I can find it with all my paperwork for the May Center, is
She said that. She meant that, no.
260126, accept the state of Michigan's MCO's Public Safety Academy Assistance Program Award.
Madam,
Yes,
I,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I thought that Ms. Burns separated 1, 2, 4.
no, she started to and then changed her mind.
Yeah,
So that did not
Okay.
get separated.
Oh,
I
that's,
changed my mind.
okay.
Yeah, I had it partially circled and she goes, no, never mind.
Yeah.
Okay,
So that was
it was
included
moved to
in the master-
council. Okay.
Yep, yep,
Well,
that-
we will need to amend it per the request
Madam Chair,
at the council meeting.
Pardon, it's just a second, let me get clarification,
I'm
okay?
just going to make a motion to approve it, and that will clear it up, right?
Oh, but when I read off the,
She didn't include it when she read it off for the consent agenda.
I did include it in
I
the,
mean, she did.
I included it.
Okay, I wasn't paying attention. I thought it was separated, so we can take care of it Monday.
Okay, we can go ahead and do it now.
I thought we voted for it to go with consent agenda.
Yep.
Yeah, it's been moved to council, so we can amend
It
it
was.
on Monday.
Oh, okay, it needs to be amended. Okay, so this resolution is 260126, and I'll entertain a motion. Go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to send 260126, which is the acceptance of the state of Michigan's MCO's Public Safety Academy Assistance Program Award to council.
It's moved by the councilman and the councilwoman in the 7th ward, seconded by the councilman in the 1st ward to send 260126 to council. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
is there anyone who can speak to this?
Mr. Edwards and Mr. Moore.
Good evening, Mr. Edwards again, and Mr. Moore. Mr. Edwards, what is this training for? I know MCOS is their certification. What is this one for? This is the grant. Is this for basically like the module training?
From what I can understand out of the information provided, this was to target recruiting. So it's supposed to be focused on maintaining
So why
recruits.
doesn't Chief Green have someone here to explain this?
She was here. Angela was here. I'm not sure why she left. I think it was by accident. I think she thought this was in consent agenda. So
So this is to target recruiting and the funds will be used how?
as it indicated,
And I'm,
as it indicated, it's in the staff review, basic law enforcement training academy scholarships and salaries.
so what portion are salaries?
That would be a discussion with Angela, who is the accountant.
Eh. And Angela's not here because recruiting is important. How many officers do we have now?
I know that just light conversation with the chief, we were upwards getting close to the 100.
Is that with command staff? Because I thought it was 61, 62, or 63 during
Yeah,
budget hearing.
that's probably all, all officers.
With command staff.
Yeah.
Mr. Moore, do you know how many officers we have? Because I don't think we're recruiting for command staff. We're probably recruiting for entry level officers.
That's correct. And I think my numbers are the same as what Mr. Edwards had. It's very close to 100.
That wasn't
right
a
now.
number, that was a upwards. Do you have a number, Mr. Moore?
Pardon?
Do you have a number?
No, I just have an estimate like he has.
Well, what's your estimate?
I would say around 100 employees.
Around 100 employees, that includes officers and command staff. And so how many are we looking to recruit with this grant? Is that an Angela question?
Yes, probably.
So I'm gonna let everyone else, because if they've got questions, but I think I want to ask Angela some questions, because one thing we know, we do not have enough officers. On the corner of off of East Hampton on Fenwick, in 7 days, there was a house targeted 3 times. And there's video, I sent it to Chief Green, where they got out, shot the house up, and they did it, and then did a 4th time last night. And just so happens, one of my very good friends lives across the street, and it's dangerous. And we need more officers. Our officers are going out here, putting their lives on the line, and it's not right. They need more people. They need more help. So I would like to know, how many are they targeting? Targeting to hire? How much is going to be used in salaries? And are we using more services to recruit other, how are we recruiting? Are we recruiting nationally, statewide, local? What are we recruiting? Because I'm gonna tell you, I went to see officer who was shot, and took him, me and the ladies with the color of law and the one gentleman, and took him a care basket in the hospital. It was very hard to go in there and to see that he risked his life. And the amount of officers that I know, even that unit that he works on, we need more than that. They don't mind just shooting around here. Example, Fenwick Circle, the past 7 days. And so we need to be making sure we're recruiting aggressively, not just statewide, but nationally. And they used to do that when we had a big hiring in the 70s. They used those funds to recruit. We had many people came from Detroit. People that came from Detroit went to Flint, went to Saginaw to work. And we were able to get some good officers. But our officers run more calls, 27 to 30, just by themselves, one person, and they're exhausted. And so we need to make sure we get them some help. I would like to know how many this is going to target, to hire, what is the hopes, what are the numbers, what are the goals? And technically, we need to have Chief, this is his department. He should be here, not just Angela. I'd like to make a referral to have Chief Green come so that he can be here also to answer these questions, please. Through you, Madam Chair, to
request.
Well, just a referral.
A referral.
We can ask them.
I don't think you need to make a motion for that. You can just ask.
Yeah, just a referral for that. So that, and I yield the floor, because that's my time.
Okay. Is there anyone else who'd like to?
Madam Chair.
speak? Go ahead.
I guess I'm a little confused on how you're saying that this is going to target.
Excuse me, I cannot hear up here.
I cannot hear either.
I would ask my colleagues to please respect the person holding the floor. Excuse me. I am asking the councilwomen in the 6th and 7th Ward to please hold your discussion so that Mr. Pfeiffer can discuss. Go ahead. If you're going to have a conversation, I'm going to ask you to leave the podium so that Mr. Pfeiffer can continue. Because Mr. Pfeiffer is having trouble hearing what he's saying.
For her, I don't know. She got problems with him.
Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
I know I'm going to talk up like a mug when you guys got the floor. I promise you that. Me and Councilwoman Winfrey Carter are going to have a heart to heart while you guys got the floor. I promise you that.
Go ahead and reset his time to 5 o'clock, please, to 5 minutes. 5 o'clock, it's 5.
How is this going to target? This seems like this is expenses for 5 individuals that we already have. So
That's correct.
So how, like, they're already here. So to me, when you say this is going to help recruitment, that is for folks that we don't have, right? So these people have already been recruited. So these are employee expenses. So how does this help recruitment? Because like when you said that this was going to help recruitment, I'm assuming that, okay, this is going to be some kind of outreach program to get more cadets or whatever else, but that's not the case, is it?
This is how the state helps us recruit by paying some of the cost of training officers.
And it's been out there for a while.
This is a long, yeah, this is a
This
long-standing
has been
program.
out for a while.
What do you mean it's been out for a while?
I believe this particular one we presented some time ago.
This one here you gave
Yes.
to us?
Yes.
Approved this same grant multiple times.
Yes.
This is for the police academy.
I understand different ones.
This is the same grant.
And they continually make projections about using
Pay
this
for our
grant
academy.
as they continue to recruit. They continue to know that this grant will be a part of their recruitment efforts.
I know, but this is the first time that this particular dollar value is in front of us, right?
Understand? Yes.
So you're saying that they give us different ones at different times of the year for the same thing, correct? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, as they know that they're
Okay.
going to apply for this grant, they're going to get approved for the grant. They're already making forward understandings about recruitment.
Okay, I understand.
Yes.
So what you're saying is basically we use part of our dollars to recruit, and this is a reimbursement so that we can redeploy those dollars. Is that kind of what you're saying, or no?
It's for the state to help us train the officers so that they're ready to be an officer on the street.
Yeah, okay, I understand that. The total tuition, where does those tuition dollars go?
The
Because we got on from the state of Michigan, this right here, I'm looking right here,
Yeah,
this graph.
The money comes to the city of Flint.
Yep.
And then we pay the officers.
No, I understand that, and that's under wages. And I'm asking, there's a line item for total tuition. What is that expense?
That would be Angela, the accountant.
So do we hire folks? Like, do we pay tuition for these officers to get trained somewhere, or is there a vendor that we pay for that, or no?
I know they have some form of supportive training that occurs to help the academy.
Because it says that the total tuition for each of the 5 folks that they're naming on this grant, it says $6,665 go to tuition. I'm just like, what is that? Is that just pay for other officers to help train, or
We would need to get you clarity,
Yeah, okay.
Councilman.
All right, thank you. I yield. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the first round? Any other discussion in the first round? I'm going to take just a few minutes. That this is a grant that we've gotten over and over and over again. And in our packet, it actually includes the recruit name, the amount of the salary, any additional allowable expenses, their tuition, and the total for each recruit. And I would assume that because they just recently got raises in their contract, that would affect the dollar amount. That's why you're wondering why the dollar amount changes. And because numbers that we have. So we have 5 individuals going through the academy is what it looks like to me. So I just want that clarified. So any discussion in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Mr. Edwards, is Michigan Works are we still getting grants? Are they still assisting with new officers for hiring?
I'm not aware of their engagement right now.
Okay, because I believe they were assisting in helping to pay for, was it the tuition for them? Mr. Moore, are you aware of that?
I believe so, but it's been a while since we've had one of those grants.
Can you step to the mic?
It's been a while since we've had one of those grants, so I'm not 100%
I
sure.
cannot hear you.
It's been a while since we've had one of those grants, and I don't know all the details.
Okay,
But they did pay for the training.
so, yeah, Michigan Works, I know they were paying for training for new officers, and I think they were giving them laptops too.
Yes.
And so we don't know if they're still doing that. We don't know.
No, we don't have.
Yeah, and
That's clarity we have to
so
get.
thank you. So, Mr. Edwards, and Paul, if you've got an answer to that, Mr. Borley, I'm fine. If you may know if Michigan Works is still assisting.
No, he does this every meeting, and it's out of order, and he needs to be corrected. It's very distracting. Either he has the podium or we have the podium.
Okay, so that wasn't the answer I was expecting, but that Judy is chairing. So, Mr. Edwards, can you make sure that we have, that we can have Chief Green, or someone can check to see with the recruiting, who's recruiting, if Michigan Works, how long was that grant, when the grant ended, are they doing the laptops? What is the recruiting goal? How many officers are we, what is the goal to recruit? Do we have a goal? Does anybody know?
Our recruitment efforts are ongoing.
So do you want-
We have no stop point.
Okay,
We want to
do
keep.
you say we
Yes.
want to recruit, you got to have a goal? You got to
The
have
goal-
a
The goal is
threshold.
the goal is to keep on recruiting.
So we're saying we want to get next year 25 officers, because now you've got officers retiring.
Yes.
And with their retiring, some are staying just to kind of hang on so that, our numbers don't dig any deeper. Because how many officers do you have that can retire now?
I don't know that
Yeah.
number, but the conversations I've had with Chief Green is that officers are coming on board and officers are retiring or leaving. We've gained, but we're always,
right.
We're constantly fighting the retirement aspect.
So if we can have Chief Green here, that way we can know if he wants 25 officers in 1 year, then if he's losing 10% to retirement, so we can be able to answer, those numbers, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, I would like to remind the people in the back that we can hear you up front and try to keep that down. Thank you. Anyone else in the second
Yes.
round?
Yes, Madam
Go
Chair.
ahead.
Yeah, speaking of, like, the people in the back cause more problems and issues than RL, but I won't say that out loud. Mr. Edwards, the salary that they're giving us, is that the complete, like, is that the total cost of that person's for the entirety of the academy? Or is that just a portion of it?
They're paying the amount that's in the contract. So we pay them a regular salary while they're in training.
No, I understand that. I'm asking, is that dollar value cover the entirety of their salary while they're in the academy?
That, I believe so. I think the main thing that is not covered for them would be.
How long,
meals.
do you know how long the academy is? And, like, can you break that down to see if the salary is, academy should be 25,000 and we're only getting half of that reimbursed? Like, I just want to see what that delta is of actual cost of what they're paying.
We
And
can
maybe
get
some
you
of
that
that tuition dollars covers that. I don't know.
We can get you that information.
Appreciate you. Thank you, sir. I yield.
In the second round. Any other discussion in the second round? Hearing none, this is the vote to send 260126, acceptance of the state of Michigan, close public safety, move out of my way, Academy Assistance Program Award to council.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
The vote is 9 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 9 yes, 0 no. That will be sent to council. Our last resolution of the night is 260132, change order number 4, Weinstein Electric Company, additional electric services. Is there a motion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I make a motion to send 260132 to council.
It's been moved by this councilwoman in the 7th ward, supported by the councilman in the 1st ward to send 260132 to council. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
through you to whomever might be able to speak to this resolution.
Who
from
can speak to this resolution?
staff.
Is there anyone back there who can speak to the Weinstein Electric Company resolution?
I don't see Lee.
What I'm really trying to understand is how and why we are
There you go.
at a 4th change order on a resolution. How are we here and what do we have to do or plan for going forward?
Hello, Zach Smith from IT. I'm not in charge of change orders and stuff like that. I just submit stuff when we need it. But the change orders, the items for IT at least, are involving just some updating of wiring that are part of our budget this year. The fiber is about 15 to 20 years old throughout the building, so we're getting that replaced. Also, there's some changes in the lease agreement over at the court. So we're taking over an office, putting all the networking into our control as opposed to sharing it with the county. So that's like the smaller, like $3,000 resolution. I believe there's something in there for the Mays Center for AV, which was supposed to have done last year, but I guess the quote was never sent forward. So that's going to be part of this. So we're getting projector and sound and stuff like that for the Mays Center for the different events that are held over there. And I believe our Haskell wiring is in there as well, so that they have networking capability in that building.
So their budget is coming out of IT, so spreading it around.
Appreciate you sharing with us how the money is going to be, how you understand the money to be used. Thank you.
Yep.
And that's for you probably all I would have. The other things I have really are going to speak to how administratively we view change orders.
Okay.
So thank you.
Yep.
You can be seated. I'm done there. Yeah, because I'm just trying to understand how we get to change order number 4 on a resolution. I yield.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the first round?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
through you to Lauren Rowley, please. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, please, Ms. Laurel.
Hi, Lauren. I'm going to try to answer my colleague's question. So this is a My Deals thing or whatever, right? Or, so we put this out to bid? We didn't put it out to bid, right?
Yeah, we did. We put, this one has a 3-year contract, and that states in the resolution. When we tried to mention the previous resolutions you passed for it in the first few paragraphs of the resolution presented tonight. So that bid is referenced in that resolution.
Right, the original bid.
Correct.
The original bid did not include these things, right?
The original bid was given for hourly, basically T&M for what a proposed project would be to cover the 3 years. And then we gauge how much we think we're going to need for that year. But when you have multi-departments using the same vendors, sometimes Lee, IT come mid.
So we put out the bid, we get the vendor back that says they're going to charge us $800 an hour, we'll go round number, right? And then we bring that in there, and then we issue initial contract for whatever the first thing is, and then now IT needs it, so that's change order number 1. And then Parks needs it, that would be change order number 2, off of the original, right, or no?
Not necessarily. It depends on how we present that initial resolution to you for that year. So the first resolution overall has the different line items in the chart we normally provide based on which GL numbers we're going to take it out of.
Okay.
And a lot of those would already represent IT needs this much, facilities needs this much, water pollution control needs, et cetera, et cetera. So initially, they budget for that much. And then this time of year, things come up where they need something else, where we only have a certain approval from you guys. So we have to come back for those initial change orders to add the money to the original resolution. Is that making sense? So yeah, sometimes adding on a department can cause a change order if they didn't get initially on that original. It just depends if everyone communicates properly at the beginning of the year to get on the resolution initially. But most of the time, this time of year, you're just going to see because we're asking them to do more work.
Right.
We need more projects.
So in markets change or anything else, so how do we know that, because these didn't go, these 3 line items or these 3 programs didn't go out to bid for this specific scope of work, correct?
For the
We're just going back to
scale
them.
of their people providing the work based on the hourly rates that they provide us is how they quote the work to be completed.
But we don't, are we tracking those hours? How are we tracking their hours?
Generally, that's given on a quote just on how they do it, and then theirs go up based on if they have union negotiations between that contract, how long the contract is we give them. When we put those original numbers out to bid, it'll be for multiple.
Because the bids don't have any hours on them, so it's just literally general notes, and then they give us a lump sum. So who's verifying the hours that they're billing us for equals this dollar value?
That would just be kind of whoever's working with them with that project to be completed. So sometimes it's Lee for facilities.
So is Lee tracking their hours when they go
I'd
out?
have to ask Lee.
Like, that's the problem, is we're assuming, okay, they're gonna quote us $100 a man hour, but they're quoting us 3,000 man hours, but it only takes 300.
Yeah, well, materials would also be included.
No, I
in the
understand
overall
that,
quotes
but
as
I
well,
understand that, but.
Which they do give us a price for that too. They
Right,
give
it's
us
a price plus. It's-
markup or
Yeah, it's
whatever.
cost plus.
Mhm.
But my thing is if they're going to quote us a per hour T&M, time and materials, there's no checks and balances of that time and material. They're giving us this dollar and billing it out, and it might have cost us actually half that. We don't know. Because I'm sure Lee isn't out there monitoring time and everything else. So how do we know that this isn't a $36,000 project and we're spending 100?
I can ask him, get that information for
So
you and find out.
that's my concerns with these time and material ones. And there's no, and I'm sure Lee doesn't have time to go through all of that, but it's just like, we're just writing checks because they won one bid 3 years ago and keep adding on to it.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Good evening. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. So quick question. So is there a reason why we don't do separate resolutions and they aren't separated? Therefore, we would know which department, because I believe IT has got, IT, was it the Mays Center and what else?
For IT, 67th District Court's on there. I don't have I just have the packet in front of me.
Okay.
Mays, 67th.
What was the
I'm
original
missing
one
probably
that it
something.
started out at?
The original resolution?
Yes.
Like that was originally for the vendor provided to you? I'd have to look too. I don't have the resolution in front of me. It should say in the resolution that's given to you in the first paragraph or down where it says FY26. I want to say it was 88 a year, and that was like a rough estimate of as needed services of what we would need.
And so it stated in, you said it states in as needed services?
Electrical services, yes.
You don't, do you have the packet in front of you?
I just have the agenda, not the full
Yeah,
packet.
okay. And so, and that would be the original, because I know when we keep adding in and we've added in.
And your change order for this one is for the 3-year contract, and we're in year 2 of 3. So we haven't had 4 change orders this fiscal year. It's to that overall contract when it was originally done. Starting last fiscal year would have been year 1. So it's 4 change orders since the beginning of last year's contract.
So 4 change orders since the beginning of last year's contract. And I'm trying to find that in my packet. And so we didn't have in there the Maze Center, correct? And what else? How much was the Maze Center?
Like I said, I don't have the packet in front of me to see that. I think Zach had that number.
And then also if Zach has how much was in IT, how much is IT's? So that, because we just have a number and it's not broken down. Do we have a breakdown?
That
of
was broken down, I believe, by the GL number. I believe that IT says 110.
IT's is 110. And how much is the Maze Center?
I believe the 110 is the total for all of those, because it's all IT related work. 17,000, I believe, is Mace Center, 3,000 for the 67 District Court, 75,000 for the fiber, and Haskell, I believe, is like 8,000, something like that.
So where's that at in our packet? It's their quotes. Oh, that's why, okay, in the back, Weinstein's quotes. Thank you. Okay, and so are we just altering this resolution each time we need, are we like updating it each time?
We're
and
just
adding
kind of
into it?
showing you what you guys have previously, I mean, we don't have to, if you'd prefer us, we do these change orders not to, but we just kind of add those previous change orders to show when you last approved and what that resolution number was, just so you can kind of see where we're at when these happen.
So when, and here's one, and maybe if I'm correct, and it may be legal, each resolution is supposed to only have one subject matter, but we tend to keep adding to this one. And that is on page 28, Attorney Cups, where it says section 3-302, introduction of ordinances or resolution, that every proposed ordinance or resolution shall be introduced by a member or city council or the mayor, and it must be done right. No ordinance or resolution may contain more than one subject matter. Are these different businesses more than one subject matter? We've got IT, we've got Maze Center, we've got Haskell Center, and all of these are in this same resolution. And they're different. I mean, that's on page 28. You need me to show, mine's highlighted, because we've had this question before. Different departments, they're different everything. And so this is the charter. So, and we've went over this before. You want to look at mine?
No, I see it and I'm very familiar with that
Okay.
section. I do believe from my review of the resolution that it is compatible with 3302B. There is only one subject. It is only a certain amount to Weinstein Electric. So I believe it does comport with that provision of the charter.
Okay, but that goes to different, these are different departments. Different Haskell Center, and I don't see Haskell Center even on, I don't know, we haven't received everything that we spent. You got Haskell and Hasselbrink. I don't know why it's under Hasselbrink, because that should be the Eric B. Mays Center. So this is more than one subject matter and more than one building.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion in this first round?
Yes, I have a question, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So where is the 67th District Court located here in the building? Is it?
Right next to us, right?
Is
It's
it
on
down-
Saginaw Street, but it's separate from City Hall, right?
Do we have an office here in?
Law Department.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I can answer that for the law department. The 67th District Court, it's located in the McCree Building on Saginaw Street downtown. The City of Flint Law Department does maintain a leased office space within the district courthouse.
Okay, okay. Because I was wondering, do we have an office here in City Hall? Okay, okay, so, All right, that answers my question, because I'm like, well, why? I know that the 67th District Court is in the McCree building. So why are we paying for, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else in the first round? Anyone else in the first round? Anybody in the second round? Anyone in the second? Hearing none, this is the vote to send 260132 to council.
Mr. Jarrett,
Yes.
Mr. Alamin? Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer? The vote is 8 yes, 1 no.
The vote is, the vote is 8 yes, 1 no.
Subject matter. I don't know how you keep adding to the resolution. I've never seen that before.
Motion to adjourn by the councilman in the 8th ward, supported by the councilman in the 1st ward. This is the vote to adjourn.
Mr. Alamin? Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson? Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
The vote is 9 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 9 yes, 0 no. This meeting is adjourned at 8:04. I know, but we had a motion to adjourn. And it was a
Yes.
Yes.
Well,
Yes.
the next meet starting in 5 minutes, so you got a little
5
time.
minutes. Keep rising
Hold on,
to
let me
the
take this.
top.
Let me go like this.
Give me all you got. Give me all you
Go
got.
like this.
Give me all you
I
got.
think right now, family.
Ooh.
Did they say yes?
Yes. Listen, y'all. I'm so damn confused.
About that subpoena.
Fuck
I got to
that.
give a shout out, y'all. It was me. Spacely was in here thinking I thought it was over with, but no, it ain't. But I can tell you this, Liddell, it's like I declare war.
Listen, y'all, I got a confession. I slid in Liddell's DMs.
You did?
Yep, I did. I'm just gonna let y'all know. I'm just coming out. I slid in her DMs.
Oh my good. It goes down in the DM.
Shut the fuck up. Ain't nothing like that, man.
I
I'm
was just-
strictly dickly.
Wait a minute. This is a family network. I didn't see.
saying,
You
don't
didn't
be
have
trying to put
You
that
didn't
on
have to go like that now. Stop you
It's-
now.
It's the nip. I done had
Go ahead.
a bit too many nips, but
Yeah, you better get it
excuse me.
together.
Listen, I slid in her DMs and I said, come tell your story. Y'all always saying, we should come together. I feel like Liddell got a story to tell. And I feel like you got an axe to grind and coming on here might just tip him over the edge.
Tip him. He drinking right now.
Come to the light, Caroline.
Leon got a bladder problem right now. When he heard that subpoena go through, like we all done. He probably told Liddell why.
I'm sorry, Mr. Thomas. I didn't mean to be nasty. I'm sorry, that slipped. I'm sorry. I apologize for my foul language.
I'm bamboozled.
You're bamboozled and hoodwinked.
I mean, I've been took back. I couldn't believe Liddell, but now I know a scorned woman. I know a few in my lifetime.
Marcia
When you
said I
piss
went
them
over
off.
the edge. No. At least I tried. Thank you. See, Brian, thank you. I tried.
When she told you no.
No, I'm scared to check and see. I see if she said anything. I'm surprised. I thought I was
She
blocked.
ain't coming over this pseudo. What she call it? Pseudo platform.
Something.
Yeah.
She told me up to my face up there at the Woodrow Stanley thing. I will never come on 18. Fuck you then. That's when Gil thought we was about to get thrown. He was about to start thumping And there he was like, went just at it again.
Yeah, I remember.
Remember that? He got a little nervous that time.
And she don't listen, man. I was like, hey, yeah, I'm just here to record.
Fuck that. She wasn't about to talk to me no any kind of way up in there. I didn't give a damn.
LaShawn got to go to the, she like, I got to go to the mayor's office.
What's that?
Like, LaShawn don't know what's going on. She like,
LaShawn is confused.
Candace heard that. Yeah, I bet you she didn't go to sleep today in there. She wide awoke for this. Neely probably told her, I want you going to sleep or nothing. Gonna stay up today. Knowing she got to take them kids to school. He probably told her, you know, y'all had a long break. This is, I mean, look at she over there smiling, and Neely finna tell her, what's this smile about?
I'm just saying. Went to highlight the mayor being in office.
Oh, he in there.
I don't know. I
Probably told
I ain't been
Ed.
down there in years. I don't know how long he been there.
Ed up in their suits getting tighter and shit. Ed, like, we done messed up.
Ed got
Ed, my God, at least he be sharp.
He had on his Easter suit tonight. It was that mint green.
Now he act like he had a funeral suit on. It's like the administration is going down. But Ed, I believe y'all can pull it out. I believe y'all, if it can't nobody pull it out, you can do it. You know, you can always go back to the farm.
But Mr. Moore, he comes down there and reads shit. Like, it don't matter what you ask Mr. Moore. It don't matter what you ask him. He gonna read what's on that paper.
Green hams and bacon.
Yes, I am, Sam. I am.
He come right down and read it.
And it's like he'll look up and you ask him one of the most eloquently put together questions ever, Dennis. And he go right back to that paper. I am green eggs and ham. It's like he just don't register. I think he got a little touch of dementia.
See,
the time is now 8:10. This
Say
is the
something wrong with
legislation
him, but
committee
baby,
meeting.
Tanya said, matter of fact, bring
Look
all
at
their
Davina.
asses.
Look at Davina. Davina, like, she down there
It's
like she
subpoena
had
Davina's
a
ass,
whole
too.
looked like she had a whole ectasis. You see her head just down there turned around.
Subpoena
That was-
Davina's ass,
That's
too.
probably the
Madam
mayor in the
Clerk,
hallway
roll call,
pointing at him.
please.
I'm getting you.
Oh, wait. That's what I'm
Mr.
saying.
Alderman?
Liddell, that's
Present.
the
About to
deal.
start. About to start.
Liddell, come on
Dr.
up here and
Lewis?
tell your
Present.
story, dog.
Ms. Johnson?
Present.
Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Present.
Mr. Jarrett?
Present.
You have nine members present.
We got 9 people present. Reading of the disorderly person city code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of Flint City Code section 3110, disorderly conduct, assault and battery, and disorderly person, and will be subject to an arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given 1 warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators will be removed from this meeting. Requests for agenda changes and additions. Hearing none. Public comments.
Unmute me.
Members of the public who wish to
Unmuted.
address the city
Look, y'all,
council
I've been
or its
practicing.
committee must register before the meeting begins.
Nights like this,
The boxes
I
will be placed
wish
at the entrance of the
that
council chambers
raindrops
for
would
collection
fall.
registration. No
Back to
additional
Leon.
speakers or slips will be accepted after the meeting begins. Members of the public shall have no more than 3 minutes per speaker during public comments, with only 1 speaker opportunity per speaker. Any public speakers?
First speaker is R.L. Mitchell.
Hello, City Council. I'm R.L. Mitchell. For the record, about this unaffordable houses in Flint, we got these brand new apartments built, and we ain't put nan homeless citizen in there yet under Section whatever, 8. I mean, because the people who run the opia situation, making all them millions of dollars, they funding them houses. They ain't no better than them human trafficking. If they don't pay their rent, they're gonna be dealt with by the opia peoples over on St. John because they make more money than the peoples who got the real administration job in Flint. And these unsafe landlords, what you call it? You got a name for them, slum landlords. But Hop of Fear, the Mexican restaurant, 8 all them buildings right there, brand new, and right down the street, around the corner, well, 8 people got burned up and can't find some of the bodies. And we studied filibustering around, but thank God for Madam Burns. She appeased the mayor to get up here, and we're gonna have some head rolling when he come in here, and we're gonna get some action like it's supposed to be from 25 years ago. Them kids that got poisoned, and they done turned 25 years old and got families of their own, and we still politicking with the citizen of Flint. But thank God to the first ward, he finna take him down, take him to the bridge, and pick up what Mays left off at, because he got the javel in his hand, and then the curious looking lawyer over there, and you about to get dealt with too, sir. You ain't let the woman, anyway, the 5th ward studied making laws about, she can talk for herself, because Madam Burns is she already done, anyway, stay tuned, America. You see how we gonna get our money for the May Center, and I approve this message, R.L. Mitchell. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Jim Richardson. I believe he left. Allison Montgomery Littlejohn. I believe she's gone. Doug Schultz. He's gone. Michael Harriman. Joyce Richard. David Peachy, Moses Timlin, Tia Harris, John Billings, Michelle Young, Beverly Biggs Levy, Nick Custer, Mari Copany. And that brings us to our last speaker, Rich Jones.
How everybody doing today? I was heard some talk about a public safety meeting. Whenever there's another one of them, somebody please inform me. I would have liked to have been there, and thank you for whoever put that together and whoever attended it. We got a problem. If a house gets shot up on Saturday, and then that same house gets shot up on Wednesday, and then that same house gets shot up again on Friday, without an arrest being made while the investigation is going on, is ridiculous nowadays. We got to do better. Those people need to be off of the streets while the evidence is being collected or whatever. It is evidence of who the shooter is. No one has been hit. And it's many situations in the city of Flint that this has happened in the past. We got to create a better system when it comes to this. We need more investigators. We need more police. We are reactors. We can't do nothing about these people that's committing these crimes. We can appeal to them, ask them to stop doing it, but for the safety of the innocent people, we got to get these people off the streets much faster. It don't make no sense in some situations that some of these people end up taking the law in their own hands and being victims of the street because so many instances has happened to where our police force did not intervene. Some kind of law got to be wrote up to scare the hell out of these kids because they are fighting over a partner that they ain't gonna even care about in 10 years. But these little few seconds of revenge that they're having is not only hurting their family, but it's hurting innocent families.
Okay, Mr. Jones.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our last speaker. All right, that's our last speaker. It's now time for council response. Council members may respond once to all public speakers, only after all public speakers have spoken. The individual council member response shall be limited to 2 minutes. Any council members would like to speak? Hearing none. So we're going to go to the consent agenda. Per the amendment rules governing meetings of the Flint City Council as adopted by the City Council on Monday, April 22nd, 2024, the chair may require the adoption of a consent agenda. After a motion to adopt the consent agenda is made and second, the chair shall ask for separation. Any agenda items on the consent agenda should be separated at the request of any council member. Councilman in the 8th Ward, you have the
I'm
floor.
going to do complete separation.
Complete separation? All right, complete separation. Madam Clerk? No, there's nothing to do. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry.
Now he
Going to the
actually got to
first
do numbers
ordinance,
today. Boy, this about to be interesting.
which is
I'm out.
250414/T. Code Amendment Ordinance, Chapter 35, Personnel, Article 5, Working Conditions. An ordinance to amend the Flint City Code Ordinance by amending Chapter 35, Personnel, Article 5, Working Conditions by amended Section 35 through 89 holidays.
Mr. Chair,
Councilwoman in the 7th Ward.
I'd like to make a motion to send ordinance 250414-T to council.
There's been a motion made by the councilwoman in the 7th Ward to send resolution 250414/T to council. Is there support? It's been supported by the councilwoman in the 3rd Ward. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Chair,
Councilwoman in the 7th Ward.
thank you. I would actually like to make an amendment to this particular ordinance. The ordinance right now is asking for the Friday after, so it's asking for the day after Thanksgiving Day, and then it's also asking for the day after Christmas Day. I would like to make an amendment, and you all should have it in your mini pack.
We're
packs
handing
of
it out
paper.
now. We're just handing it out now.
Okay. And so what I would like to do is I'm going to, because Christmas is also a moving holiday and there are also already several opportunities for extra days when it comes to Christmas. I'm going to remove Christmas and then instead add Good Friday in there. And again, these holidays are in line with holidays from, thank you. I have one already. Thank you so much.
Will somebody
Are in
please
line
go
with
tell
holidays
Leon
that
stupid ass is
county
dash,
workers
not
as well as
slash?
other municipalities already offer their employees. And so the amendment is just to remove Christmas and add Good Friday. And so the amendment, so the entire ordinance is still the same. It's just taking Christmas out of it and putting Good Friday on. And I make this amendment with the fact that on both of these days, City Hall is closed. It's not open to residents. So there's no city business being interrupted as a result of these days being off. I want to make that amendment.
Okay, thank you. There's been a motion to amend Resolution 250414/T, removing the holiday of Christmas Day and replacing that with Good Friday. Is there support?
The day after Christmas, but yes.
The day after Christmas.
Support.
It's been supported by the councilwoman in the 2nd Ward. Any discussion?
No, Mr.
No discussion on this.
The clerk
Oh,
was
I'm
about
sorry.
to correct
This
it,
is the
sorry.
vote to-
Sorry, Madam Clerk.
Okay, this is the vote to approve the amendment for Resolution 250414/T, removing the day after Christmas, replacing that with Good Friday. Madam Clerk.
I also want to just add for the record that it was also amended to remove from remove sections 5, 6, 7, and 8, which spoke to consecutive holidays and how those would be observed, because the day after Christmas was the only one. So that language was removed as well from this draft.
Thank you.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson? Yes. Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
Ariel?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 3 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 3 no. That amendment passes. Now, this is the vote to send this amendment with the.
No, you have to.
You have to do a motion to send the resolution to council.
Oh.
The amended resolution, so it would be a .1.
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to send resolution with the amendment 250414/T to council.
So it would be 250414.1.
Point one.
And, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to send 250414.1 to council.
There's been a motion made by the councilwoman in 7th Ward to send resolution 250414/T.
414.1.
411.1 to council. Is there support? It's been supported by the councilwoman in the 3rd Ward. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Chair,
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward, I believe I heard.
I'm not going to support this at this time. I want to make sure that we get through all of our negotiations with our bargaining units before changing working conditions, as that some of these items are negotiated in their contracts. So I am not going to support this until after all bargaining units have their contracts.
Are you done?
And I'm done. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there any more
Mr.
discussion for this resolution?
Mr. Chair,
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward, you have the floor.
thank you. To you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, did you have the figures on how much this would cost the city? And I know I don't know if it'll make a difference with the amendments, but do you have the figures? And then also, while you're walking up, through the city attorney, have you vetted this and signed off on it? I don't know which can answer first. Mr. Moore,
It costs approximately $200,000 a day
a day?
yes.
And how many days?
Well, 2 days, that'd be 400,000.
So is it only, with the whole list, are we only saying give them 2 days off for the year?
Oh, for the whole list?
For the whole list?
Okay, I believe there are 10 days already. And so if you added 2 more, that'd be 12 days. So about 2.4 million, I guess, roughly.
2.4 million?
Right.
So changing this will cost us 2.4 million?
No, the changes will
Oh,
cost you
what'd you
about
say?
400,000.
So, okay, Miss. How much will it cost for everything with the amendment, with the additional? What's the total cost?
She's adding, the amendment adds 2 days.
Point of information.
What's your point, Councilwoman in the 7th Ward?
Yeah, does the speaker know that's just a list that are already holidays, and so this ordinance is just adding those 2 days? Yes, so it's just 2 days.
Yeah, but I did want, thank you, but I want to know the total for all of them.
The cost for 2 of them is 400,000.
Per year?
Per year.
So we're saying, and then the total cost for everything.
Probably 2.4 million. I'm guessing.
Okay, because we're adding it to our holiday list.
That's correct.
Okay, and so the additional to the holiday list is 400,000 per year. But then we are in negotiations also, through you, Mr. Chair, through the city attorney. Have you vetted this?
I'm not certain if it's been vetted by the city attorney. I know that it's not signed by the city attorney.
Okay, well, Miss Attorney Gurley, who is the chief attorney, did state that she wants to, she sent a memorandum that she wanted everything to be signed off by her. So if we have a resolution that she has not signed off on, it'll just sit. Am I correct? I mean, shouldn't she have signed off on this beforehand? To you, Mr. Cups, Attorney Cups? It's been about 6 months.
And I don't know the procedural history of this, whether it was forwarded to City Attorney Gurley. I know, it's my understanding this ordinance originated with council.
Okay, so does that mean Attorney Gurley never received it? Or you don't know?
I don't know.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the city clerk.
Madam Chair, through you to Ms. Burns. So this resolution was drafted at the request of the council member for a meeting. This was several months ago. It was done within a couple of days and brought, I'm not sure if we brought it from the floor, but it did not get sent to the legal department. However, it has been on the docket for about 4 or 5 months now.
Yeah, it's been a while. Well, can we, she sent a whole memorandum and then gave us an explanation. So can we have this sent to the legal department so that they can review this? She said before she receives anything, she wants to vet it. And so is there a reason why the legal department didn't receive it?
So it was just to expedite bringing it before council.
Okay, so, well, we need to make it, well, if you could please, I'd like to the referral. However, we can get it to the legal department. Attorney Cups, you're probably sitting there reviewing it now. If you, because we're adding, she wants to add 2 more days at a cost of 400,000. And if we can get the city attorney, because even if we do, even if we vote on it, until the legal department signs off, it's not going anywhere. It just makes it symbolic. So if we actually want to give them the funds or to give these extra holidays, but we are in negotiations, I understand that we need to have the legal department to sign off from it. I don't know why this wasn't given to them. I mean, they're in our, we have someone from legal in every single meeting. And this has been at council before.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman in the 6th Ward. That's your time. Is there any more discussion? Anyone would like to speak on this ordinance in the first round?
Mr. Chair.
Councilman in the 8th Ward, you have the floor.
Thank you.
So why won't
I guess after reading this, I'm not going to support it because I think that this makes changes potentially to not only the budget, but to Councilwoman Priestley's point. I think that this potentially has the ability to amend contracts with our unions, especially when we're talking about if they do work, then they get another hour of annual leave. I mean, that should be all addressed in the union's contracts on how they work. And so I just think that there's probably a reason why this isn't signed, is because nobody wants to dig in and see how to amend the union contracts to look at this, because to me, can the officers back there turn down the radio, please?
Excuse me, can the officers in the back please turn down your radio?
Okay.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry.
Madam Clerk.
I just want to point out to Mr. Pfeiffer that all the language that is not bold or capitalized already exists. So the only changes are to add Good Friday and the day after Thanksgiving Day. All this other language.
I understand that, but the contracts do the contracts do they point to a ordinance of which days are on and which days are paid or which days are not?
The contracts will list the days that are currently already approved are listed in the contracts. This language already exists.
Right. I understand that. So what I'm saying is we're amending contracts potentially by adding days that aren't in the contract.
Yeah, you'd mentioned the 1 day with credit, 1 hour. I thought you thought that was new language. So
No, I understand that, but I'm saying that if they work these other days that are not in the contract, now we're amending their contract for different days. That was my point. No, I understand that. The bold is, but once again, does every contract mirror these exact days off?
that I can't speak to, but it should, because that's what was adopted for the holidays for the city.
So, I mean, I would like, because I do think that we're amending contracts, and I don't want to do that. If we're going to do that, then I'm going to amend the contracts to get people more money just on the floor. And if we have the ability to amend contracts right on the floor, then some people are going to get some raises before they get extra days off. So I'm not going to support this today, so I yield. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilman in the 8th Ward. Is there anyone else in the first round who would like to speak to this resolution?
Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman in the 7th Ward.
Thank you. So as the city clerk pointed out, this is literally language that has already been approved. All we did was just add 2 days to language that had already been vetted by legal. Nothing is different from anything that it's already been in this ordinance. We just added 2 days to an ordinance that was already legally vetted. Also, as pointed out, everyone has had several months, including legal, to look at this and to go through it. And again, since nothing is different, Mr. Cups, it was stated up here that if we pass something and y'all don't sign off on it, it's not legal. That's an incorrect statement. Correct, Mr. Cups? If we pass a resolution up here, it was stated that it's not legal until y'all sign off on it. Is that a correct statement?
Well, it's my understanding from the charter, any resolution or ordinance amendment has to be approved as to form.
Correct. And if this ordinance was already approved by the legal department, and the only thing that was different was we added 2 dates to it.
For information.
I'm not sharing.
Request for information.
The previous one wasn't approved either. Approved a form means that it's signed and not just sent to them. So
Incorrect again. All we did, even with the previous one, was take a language that was already approved by the legal department in the city of Flint and add 2 dates to it. That's all we did. I have nothing to do with that. You're saying that this language was never approved, and I'm saying to you, and even the city clerk said to you, that's not true. We didn't use language that wasn't already previously approved. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
I was going to say, I think there's just a little confusion is that the draft to amend that current section was not signed off. She's saying that the original language was signed off.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
The original language that was already approved before.
Thank
Request
you.
for information. Then why don't we have the signed copy of the original one on the agenda?
No, the amendment that she's been trying to make has not been signed off
I
on.
understand that. The original one that's in the agenda, that was the previous one that's been on there for 4 months, isn't signed either.
Because that's an amendment to
That's
the
the
original language.
amendment.
That section of the code that's already been approved is what she's saying. The language that.
I don't think they're understanding that we're saying this is already signed and approved language. The amendment wasn't signed off on, but this is already signed and approved language by the legal department.
Request for information.
What's your request for information, please?
Thank you. I'm not confused at all. So we're stating, are we stating that, we have to put in the form of a question, that originally before these two holidays were added, this was already approved for the holidays? And then there's an additional 2, which means there would be an amendment to the original.
We are saying that this language that we used was already approved by the legal department. I was making amendments to the language. That's it. But yes, this particular language was already approved.
And that's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. But he still didn't, when we had that amendment, your first one, not the second, so both, neither did the legal department sign off of your amendment.
Thank
for
you.
the changes.
Correct. Amendments. You all are saying this is not legal language, and it is. The amendments.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying.
That's not what you meant, but that's what you said.
Hold on.
No.
Okay, Councilwoman in the 7th Ward, please continue.
Thank you. I just think the bottom line to all of this is that these are holidays that are in line with other municipalities, that are in line with the county. We keep saying we appreciate our workers, we understand, and we feel bad because we can't properly compensate you. We know you work hard. As a matter of fact, we know you work so hard that we want you to come in on a day where it's not even open to the public and waste hours that you could be with your family or have a day off, so that you can sit and stare at some walls or stare at a computer screen as opposed to being at home with your families. And as far as the unions and contracts, union workers also want this. That is another reason I'm pushing it forward. Another thing we're not considering is everyone in this building is not part of the union. And so now we're holding up everyone else that's not a part of the union, saying, well, we don't want to give you these holidays, and that's not okay. We're saying to the union, we don't want to give you these holidays, and that's not okay, when the union wants the holidays. Same thing with the money. 1 minute we go from, we need to properly compensate you. We're wasting money, just dumping whatever into the general fund. We don't know what happens to it. When, oh, here is a pot of money that we can use to go towards something worthy, which are our employees who work very hard.
What's your point of information, Councilwoman?
If the union want the holidays, why haven't it been negotiated? I'm just saying.
Are you in their negotiations? Am I in their
No, I'm
negotiations?
just asking. If the
We don't know that they haven't. And again, I'm saying that I spoke to union members.
What about, did you speak to the people who are negotiating on the behalf of the union?
Correct.
All right.
And I stated that months ago when I introduced this. I got it. I understand. I am committed to the City of Flint employees and making sure that this gets passed. So however we need to do this, however long y'all want to do this, that's however long we're going to do it. But I am going to keep putting on here. I'm going to keep introducing it. I am not going to let it go. I am going to do more than say, I believe you should be compensated and leave it at that when there's something that I can do about it. I'm going to do more than just say, oh, the county and other municipalities have these days off. You should too, when I am the one in control of whether or not you can have them off. I yield.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Is there anyone else who hasn't spoken in the first round would like to speak? Is there anyone in the second round who would like to speak to this resolution?
Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward.
Thank you to Mr. Cups, Attorney Cups. So I'm not confused, but when you amend something, you are then creating a new document. And the new document would add the new holidays. Is this something that your department would still, before it goes, it's enforced, before it's able to be given, the legal department, will they or will they not have to sign off on it?
Well, just as an analogy, the last time this particular ordinance was amended was December 21st of 2020. That amendment added one day, Juneteenth, and it was approved as to form by then City Attorney Angela Wheeler. So it would be my opinion this amendment to an ordinance would need to be approved and signed by City Attorney Gurley.
Okay, so the previous attorney in 2020, and I believe Juneteenth was sent up to be approved, I believe it was by Mayor Neely to add it. And it was approved to form, but City Attorney Angela Wheeler did sign off on it before council voted on it. Is that correct? Is that fair to say?
Correct.
So, and we're not saying we're not supporting city employees. We're stating that if there's a procedure, then we need to follow it. And if we have something that set a previous precedent, which was City Attorney, then Angela Wheeler, signed off on, which was the holiday Juneteenth, adding an additional holiday, then we need to have now Attorney Joanne Gurley to do the same so that council can approve it. And that's what we're saying. I'm not confused. I appreciate what our employees do, and I don't want to put us against the employees. We're not saying that. But if it has to make a stop off at the legal department, then that stop is in the legal department. And Attorney Gurley needs to sign off like Attorney Wheeler did so that council can approve it. That's the procedure. That's procedural. And so we're not saying that I don't want it to sit, because if we pass it and then it goes right back to sit for legal to do it, to wait for them to sign. I've seen things just sit and not be done if legal doesn't sign off. I don't want it to just be symbolic if we're adding 2 days. Let's have her do, Attorney Gurley or whoever in that office, sign off, and then council should be signing off. And
Request
not
for information.
What's your request for information, Councilman in the 9th Ward?
Through you to the speaker. So would it be appropriate to have a referral or to request a referral to have this resolution sent to the attorney for sign off?
absolutely,
Thank you.
which I thought we had did that, but I don't know in between. So let's send it, if we can referral to send it to Attorney Gurley. Thank you, Councilman Jarrett, to have it signed off so that we can move it forward. We now know the cost, and we didn't know the cost for 3 months. So now we know it's 400,000. So we can refer that to the city attorney's office.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else in the second round who would like to speak to this resolution?
Mr. Chair,
Councilwoman.
this is a bunch of can kicking. This has been before us for 5 months. So if it was really that simple or you were really that concerned, then this would have been asked for 5 months ago. All this is a bunch of stalling on something that everybody, the attorneys included, has had more than enough time to take a look at. More than enough time. I think it's very, very discouraging to sit up here and act like, oh, we care, oh, we want you to have the best, we want you to stay in Flint, we think you're doing a great job, we want you to stay here, but then we sit here and for 5 months have things in front of us that we can move. And when it's time to move them, there's always a reason why they can't be moved. Or they have to be shuffled here, or they have to be shuffled there. When we're talking about employees and giving them a day off when a building is not open, when nothing is happening, nothing is moving, and we can't even properly compensate them for them to have a competing wage to even stay in this city. If we are serious about this, we've had 5 months to be serious about this. If the attorneys knew they needed to vet it, they had 5 months to say, we need to vet this. This is not fair to the employees. And I'm not trying to pit anybody against any employees. I'm saying to you, I've talked to enough employees to where
Request for information.
What's the request for information?
To
Councilwoman
you, to the speaker. So are we hearing the same thing that the city attorney is saying, that it needs to be signed off by the city attorney?
start my time.
You know, I would support you.
I'm saying the same thing I just said is they've had 5 months to say that. They had 5 months to say that. That doesn't stop my sentence. My sentence stays the same. It's been 5 months of this. There are so many things that we're constantly wasting time on in this council. And this is something I take very seriously. And then to sit and ask questions, oh, do the unions want this? Do they want that? When, again, this has been in front of you all for 5 months, just like it's been in front of me. So if you were really curious as to if the unions wanted it, you could have found that out. If you were really serious about getting this done and you wanted to know, and Mr. Moore, they're not wrong that we've been asking you for 5 months for money and figures. And we haven't gotten them, or it's been one thing or another. There are a lot of things that have me very upset right now in the fact that everybody has had 5 months. From you to give us financial answers, from the attorneys to sign off on it, from my colleagues to ask questions to union members and any other worker here. Let's not act like, oh, we really wanted this done, because you had 5 months if you really wanted it done. I yield.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Is the councilman in the 8th Ward?
Yep. So when this was brought before us, there's no holidays that this was going to be affected by. When you brought us before this for the first time, the first holiday that this would actually affect would be Thanksgiving. And then the new one that you just brought is Good Friday that has already passed.
Request for information.
What's your request for information, Councilwoman?
Does the speaker know that it was Christmas and Thanksgiving on there? Christmas would have been affected by this. And actually, I think I bought it enough time for possibly Thanksgiving to be impacted as well. And also, go ahead. That's it. I yield.
Well, the one that is before us today, the Good Friday has already passed. So the next one that would be affected is the day after Thanksgiving. So I think that we
Request for information.
What's your request for information?
Is the speaker asking to kick this all the way down the road to the day after Thanksgiving to when he will no longer be in office?
I think you're out of order. You're out of order. And I understand that you're passionate about this for some reason, but you're barking up the wrong tree. And if you want to come at me like that, I'm your huckleberry. But don't.
Request for information.
What's your request for information?
Does the speaker know he's not punishing me by not moving this?
Okay, let's get back on the resolution, y'all.
I'm not trying to punish anyone. I'm trying to, and what I said my first time is I want to make sure that contracts are not being amended by this. That's a valid question. So you take it down a notch. The next holiday that this could potentially affect is the day after Thanksgiving. So we have time for the attorney to review it. We have time to look at to see if we're going to amend contracts potentially. So I understand your passion, but there's no reason that we need to jump on this and get it done exactly tonight. You're out of order. You're out of order.
Let's bring it back to order, y'all. He has the floor. Councilman in the 8th Ward.
So we should do it right and we should do it correctly. Now, whether or not we kicked it for 5 months or whatever else, but we're here. We can't change the past. So let's check and make sure it's done correctly now, and we have time before Thanksgiving. I don't care about before I'm after I'm leaving office. That's an irrelevant point because it would have to be enacted 30 days before that, according to the ordinance, to get paid for that. So it's actually 30 days before that. So we still have 3+ months. So I don't understand the attitude this evening, but it is what it is. I yield.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Councilwoman in the fourth ward, you have the floor.
I have been very consistent from the time that this was introduced that I wanted to wait until after contracts have been settled. I also wanted to know the cost, and I believe I was the first one to raise that issue. The amount is not insignificant, but it's not major. But I still want to wait until contracts are negotiated.
Information.
What's your request for information?
Because this is costing more money, should it also be accompanied by a budget amendment or no?
It wouldn't be affected this year's budget.
But is it a?
It would
part-
affect next year's.
I understand that, but is it part of next year's budget?
No, it's not been included as far as I know. It has not been discussed, so that would happen at that time. But I have been very consistent with my stand on this resolution. I'm not against it. I'm not for it. I'm neutral. I know that when I worked in the private sector and as well as public, when I worked at Mott Community College, we had certain days we got paid for. You know, those were times off. We got all the time between Christmas and New Year's off, but that was because there was no students. So, but that was in our contract. That was part of our negotiated language. And I just feel that as long as we are in negotiations, if we do this, we have now changed the negotiations. It affects the salaries. It affects everything. So I'm not going to support this until we have, unless we have contracts with all of our unions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else in the second round who would like to speak to this resolution? Hearing none, this would be the vote to send resolution 250414.1 to council. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Chair,
Councilwoman in the 7th Ward.
there was a request for a referral to send it somewhere, to send it to the attorneys for signature.
You said there's been a request for referrals?
Correct. 2 different colleagues made the request.
So there's been a request for the referrals to send to the attorneys by Councilwoman who, was it in the 6th Ward?
Point
Who
of
referred-
order,
requested it?
that request is not a motion, so that's invalid.
Mr. Chair,
Councilwoman in the 7th Ward.
I'd like to make a motion
Councilwoman in the 7th Ward would like
to send this ordinance, this amendment, to send this amendment to the attorneys for signage.
There's been a request to send this as a referral to the attorney as an
Point of
assignment.
order. Point of order.
Mhm.
I think that you need to make what I think you're trying to do is potentially maybe leave it here and have them review it.
They have 5 months to review it. Mr. Chair,
Councilwoman in the 7th Ward.
I'd like to make a substitute motion. Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a substitute motion.
Point of order.
What's your point of order, Councilwoman?
She's already spoken in the second round.
I'm not speaking. He was about to do a roll
She does
call
not
and I
have
made
the
a substitute
floor. She
motion.
does not have the floor.
The chair recognized me having the floor. You're not chairing this meeting. He recognized me.
The
I-
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward now has the floor. Let her finish, please. Finish your statement, Councilwoman. In the 4th Ward, are you done? All right. Councilwoman in the 7th Ward would like to make
Go ahead, do the roll call.
Madam Clerk.
We can make a.
This is the roll call to send resolution 250414.1 to council. Roll call.
Dr. Lewis,
Yes.
Ms. Johnson, Ms. Priestley, Ms. Winfrey Carter,
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Mr. Jarrett?
No.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
The vote is 4 yes, 5 no.
4 yes, 5 no. That resolution fails.
Mr. Chair,
Councilman in the 8th Ward.
I'd like to make a substitute motion to leave it here with a note to send it to the attorney for review.
There's been a motion made to, supported by, that was who?
6th Ward.
In the 6th Ward, to lead us here and to make a referral to have it to the attorney, sent to the attorney. Is this supported by the councilwoman in the 6th Ward? This is the roll call for that. Madam Clerk.
Ms. Johnson? Yes. Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
That
Vote is
passes.
9 yes, 0 no.
That passes. I will stay here and,
You have to restate the vote.
oh, I'm sorry. So we have 9 yeses, no nos. So that resolution passes. To go
Mr. Chair.
be sent-
Stays in committee.
I'm sorry, stays in committee.
Mr.
That's
Chair.
That passed.
Councilman
They let us
That
straight.
passed.
Motion
They
to
let us
approve
straight
ordinance
get up there. That
260132.
passed.
It's been a
You gotta
motion
state
made
the
to
vote.
approve.
Boy, this was
To
gonna
send
be
to council.
To send to council by the councilman in the 8th Ward. Is there support?
Support.
Supported by the councilwoman in the 6th Ward. Is there discussion?
Mr. Chair,
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
I'd like to know where this resolution came from, or from where this change in the ordinance came from.
It came from me.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I find that the hamstringing by the council as well as the administration to change the thresholds to a lower number would just bog down this body to a point where we could not function. And so I am not going to support this. We have had this brought forward to us before. And I'm going to ask, if through you, Mr. Chair, to Lauren. I wonder if Lauren can come up.
Lauren, please, can you come to?
Lauren, what is your thought on how many resolutions do you think that we'd be voting on based on current? Do you have an idea?
Throw it out there 4 times as many, maybe?
At least 4 times as many? And how many more people would you need in your office to handle this?
That's a hard ask because doing research from around other municipalities, I'd have to see what their manpower would be, but no one's is comparably low for our size and such. So I would kind of have to see that. I would say you'd at least need another body in every department. Because when we do these resolutions and kind of reference to what you were talking about before, they go to the legal department, they go to the city administrator, so there's a process. We don't just kind of send a resolution up to you guys. That goes through a lengthy process in
What's your
itself.
request?
Thank you. Request for information with one of the resolutions. Did the golf course contract come to city council for approval?
So I'm going to go on, and I'm going to continue by saying that I cannot support this. I think for a city with the budget of our size, $75,000 is adequate. And going to $10,000 is absolutely crazy. And some municipalities, they approve every penny cent. But they are not a city of our size with a budget the size of ours. If we were Thetford Township, wonderful.
Yeah, and they do it through not the resolution process. It's more a motion to approve the bills. So
Right.
and I can speak to that. I worked there for years.
I didn't realize that.
So, yeah, so that's kind of how that's presented there.
And I have attended Linden's city council meeting, and that's exactly what they did as well. So I am not going to support this resolution. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to?
Mr. Chair.
Councilman, you have the floor.
Yeah. So believe it or not, this is a ordinance of a previous ordinance, or it's a copy of one that we used to run on. It used to be $10,000. And the city operated when it operated, was much larger than it is today. So I think that, and I will be approving or supporting this because we have had so many dollars that we can't account for. We have ARPA dollars that were spent, according to the finance chair, that there's words that the ARPA dollars under $75,000 have been spent. So this right here stops that. This brings transparency to a new level. This brings accountability to a new level. So you're saying you don't want to approve it because it's too much work for you. Turning in your finance forms and paying your bills are obviously too much
That's out of
money.
order. And
That's out
that
of
is
it. That's
out
out.
of
Hold on now. Just keep it germane and stick to the resolution.
So when we talk about it's going to bog stuff down and it's everything else, it brings us back to a level of transparency and accountability that we had when the city was much larger with a much larger budget. If we continue to go down the road of spending money that we don't have, we're not going to have a large budget a large of a budget that we currently have now. So I'm all for this, more accountability. If it adds 5 more resolutions, if it's small enough and if it's needed, it's going to get passed in the consent agenda, but it brings accountability. It brings transparency of where each dollar is being spent. And when we can't account for ARPA dollars, Chris came before us and said, oh, we're just going to make amendment for $25,000 and we're going to spend it here and here and here. Like, to me, without someone asking those questions, we would never know. So I'm for all accountability. I'm for transparency. $10,000 is still a lot of money. $75,000, we're saying that, 3 times the salary of a citizens when we're in the most poverty-stricken city in the state. We're saying that $75,000 can be spent on a whim without any accountability. I beg to differ. So I will be supporting this. I think this is a great ordinance, and it brings us back to where we should be and where the level of government accountability and transparency needs to be. I yield.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this?
Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward.
Thank you. So the question was who, through Councilwoman Priestley, she wanted to know, which was cute. I did it, and I did it for a reason, because this isn't our money, it's the people's money. And so when we ask questions, and one of the questions through you, Mr. Chair, that just sounds, we getting some men cheering, to you, to Mrs. Lauren, Mrs. Riley, I have a question for you, please. So with the golf courses, because we're getting contracts that are just below that $75,000. The $75,000 was not created by us. It was created by emergency management. It was not created and voted on by city council. So let's be clear with that one, so the fourth ward woman can understand that. It was not. We need to take back control of our own city, which is what we're doing. And so if it means, more accountability and transparency, that's what we're here for. Each night we all go home. We were a much larger municipality. Let's say 15 years ago, we were double our size. So to say this is burdensome is, to me, ridiculous, because we still had the same number of council people at that time. There were 9. And so it's not that burdensome. But if we had transparency, we wouldn't be here. The golf courses, how many contracts have they received that were not bidded out? They're just underneath that $75,000 threshold.
I'd have to refer to someone else in the administration to speak to.
Okay,
golf
well,
courses.
okay. And they're probably not going to answer. And so if there's someone who can answer that, through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, how many contracts, the last one was signed in May, I believe, or was it of last year, 2025? Because this is the reason why.
you know, it was 420 and I did not make it to 420 at that golf course. Lord knows I tried to see what it was like, but I did not make it. 420 is marijuana day. And so when our own tax assessor states to us that there should not be a public property, that a private entity should not be making a profit on, that's from our tax assessor. That's from her. And so she's stating this, and this contract was awarded to 3 different companies. Wait, hold on, Miss Raleigh. It was awarded to, I believe, the AIG or AMG twice. They could receive 2 award letters, and then I think Davies Golf, is that correct? Okay, I think it's maybe through planning, because we got our residents FOIA, we can't get FOIAs, but the residents can. And so through the FOIAing process, how many times have this contract been given just underneath that $75,000 threshold?
I'd have to look into it, Councilwoman Burns. I don't have that answer.
Okay, I do. You know I have it, and you have it too, because you made sure you sent it to me. I got it. You did. You made sure. You made sure I got it. So come on, Mr. Edwards.
Don't recall.
You
I
did.
don't recall.
So, well, you can recall because I asked for it for 2 years. So because of that process, and let's just say it creates transparency, that contract keeps going on. Has the golf course showed any profit yet?
That's a question for finance.
I don't know, because someone called and told me that they were told to create a profit statement of showing at least $20,000 within the past 2 weeks. And so when we're getting calls like that, because it's not fair and people want to know, it's not our property, it's the city's property. And why are we having we did not agree, or we didn't vote on that contract, and this contract is at 2 golf courses, one with the bar and the restaurant, beautiful greens, and the city is not making a dime, a nickel, a penny on it. That makes no sense. And this contract is continuously being given to the same person, and the city isn't receiving not even a wood nickel. It doesn't make sense. So I'm in support of this, and I'm proud to say it. Just like we heard here tonight. Well, I just sent $25,000 to clear up some bills. Well, it didn't come before council, and the council has been getting blamed, and we didn't even know it was out there. They're clearing up bills that don't even come to council by using that $25,000 a day. Oh, here's $25,000. Here's $25,000. That sounds like Oprah. You get a car. You get a car. I'm sorry. You get $25,000. You get $25,000. Everybody gets $25,000, and that's a problem. And they're telling us, and they do. And he did it so much. He remembered the ordinance number. I yield the floor.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this resolution?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman in the 5th Ward, you have the floor.
Thank you. You know what? I'm in full support of this ordinance because I'm for transparency, accountability, and justification. There's been several instances where the mayor has abused the already set $75,000 threshold. Example, we have that customer service center over there on Clio Road. Okay? And I'm sure that the $75,000 threshold has been abused when it comes to that service center. Oh, now let's talk about the rodeo. The rodeo. The city put in money towards that rodeo last year, probably year before last, I'm sure, in which I'm sure the $75,000 threshold was abused. So you know what? This ordinance, it's gonna stop all that. Now, we still, the $10,000 threshold can still be abused, but it won't be as much. Transparency, accountability, and justification. That's what I'm about. And that's what we need to be about as a body. I yield the floor, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak who hasn't spoken on this resolution? Is anyone else who would like to speak? Hearing none, this is the roll call to send Resolution 250414.1 as amended.
Point of order.
Point of order.
Point of order.
Which point?
Did you call for a second round? We didn't hear a call for a
Oh,
second.
I'm sorry,
round.
I'm sorry. All right, this is the second round for this resolution. Anyone would like to speak? Is there anyone who would like to speak in the second round?
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward.
Yes. So, question to you to the city attorney. Attorney Cups, is there a reason why the city attorney, Gurley, didn't sign off on this either?
I would assume it was not sent to her either, but I'm not certain.
Okay, so through you, Mr. Chair, to the city clerk, was this sent to the city attorney? Because this is basically repealing what we had already had before emergency and the 75,000 was for emergency management. That's what that was for. This is repealing it back and taking our city back to where we should be functioning. Was this given to city attorney?
No, it was not. It was brought from the floor, and it was drafted and brought from the floor on the same day. So if I could add to with the referral for the signatures to request that when these items are submitted, they are reviewed as to form to sign off that they are in the right format. Because sometimes consideration is made whether or not it might be agreeable as opposed to whether or not it's in the right format. So I will send this one as well as a referral to have the attorney sign off if it's in the right form, not whether or not they agree with the subject.
Okay. So then what I would like to do, because to have it sent to the city and not to sit in the city attorneys, hopefully, because we have a problem. Residents are upset and they're sitting here and they're listening to, oh, I spent 25,000. Oh, there's a personal service contract. So it's personal. We don't even know how many personal service contracts there are because they're that 74,999 or 72,000 or 60,000. It's not the way we should be running our government. So through you, Mr. Chair, I'd like to put a motion on the floor to send this to Special Affairs with having the city attorney sign off on it.
There's been a motion made by the councilwoman in the 6th Ward to send this to Special Affairs to have the attorney sign off on it. Is there support? Is there support? Hearing none, that fails. Okay. There's been a motion made by the councilwoman in the 6th Ward to have this sent to Special Affairs with a referral to get signatures from the attorneys.
Support.
Is there support?
Support.
Supported by the 8th Ward councilman to send this to Special Affairs with a referral to have it signed by the attorney. This is the vote. Have this sent to Special Affairs.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 1 no. That passes. So resolution 250414.1 as amended has been sent to Special Affairs for signatures by the attorney.
Mr. Chair.
Yes. Madam Clerk.
That was actually 260122.
Oh, I'm sorry. 260122, I'm sorry. Has been sent to Special Affairs. That passes. Resolution 260128, Code Amendment, Ordinance Chapter 19, Fire Protection.
Mr. Chair,
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
I move that we send 260128 to council.
There's been a motion made by the councilwoman in the 4th Ward to send this to council. Is there any support? Supported by the councilwoman in the 7th Ward. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman in the 7th Ward? I'm
Six.
sorry, the 6th Ward?
Through you to Chief Wiggins and is it Fire Inspector John Smith? No, that's his name. Yes, his name is really John Smith. If they walk any slower, I mean, come on now. So, good evening, because we done lost 30 seconds. Mr. Smith, you is too young. I understand Chief may be moving a little bit slower, but Mr. Smith, come on now. Good evening. What is this? The fire ordinance?
That's the code that we use in the fire department, International Fire Code.
So what
Right
are we
now,
amending?
it's at 2006 is what we're using. We're trying to come to date. 2024 code is what we're trying to raise it to. The codes change every 2 years, and nobody has come to change it. We're here to change the code so it is applicable for today.
Okay, so we're bringing the code up to date from 2026 to 2024.
2006 to 2024.
Okay, so 2006 to 2024. So did the state request this? So our ordinance are not up to date in our city.
You go ahead. It is up to date.
Well,
whatever code we use is what we use.
Okay, Chief, that's not what you're saying. First of all, you said bringing up from 2006 to 2024. That's what you stated.
Yeah.
You said you were bringing it current.
We're gonna bring it current.
Okay, so then if we're not using every 2 years, it is brought up, it changes and it updates. Is that correct?
It should be.
Right. And so that's what I'm saying to you. That's what I'm saying to you is that we're updating, which we should have had it done years ago. Okay, we on the same page today. Okay, so he ready to, so I know. So we on the same page. And so did the state mandate, did someone come in and tell us that we needed to do this, or did we notice it wasn't done?
So each municipality within the state has their own regulation inside their municipality. And the state has their authority having jurisdiction, just like when I work for the state, they're over the hospitals and they have their own codes and stuff like that
Right.
that they use. But for the city of Flint, we have an ordinance that we have to abide by. So with all of this new technology and marijuana, you got electric vehicles, we need to get more up to date from 2006. Some of those things doesn't address.
They're
the
not
thing-
included.
And the things that we need to address now or enforce a certain code.
Right, so it brings, it has to be, right, and so it amends at the state, and as things change, it should be amended when it's amended at the state. We need to be in accordance with that. Are you what is your official? Well, I'm saying, because when we talk about our state laws, fire laws, then they also are city code and ordinances.
So within the state has certain, they're the authority having jurisdiction with certain occupancies in every city in the state. The ordinance that we're updating to is the things where we're the authority having jurisdiction within our city.
Right, I get that. I understand that part. What is your official title, Mr. John Smith? Because people don't know you. I mean, I just want,
Lieutenant Inspector.
He's Lieutenant Inspector. Okay, thank you. So is he like the equivalent of what our fire marshal would be? Because I know he inspects all of our buildings. John Smith. Now, you the fire marshal chief? Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
Fire chief or his designate. He's in fire prevention, and we'll allow him to run the fire prevention bureau.
Okay, because I know other municipalities may do it slightly different. Say, for example, Saginaw has a fire chief and there's a fire marshal. And,
This time, we don't have a fire marshal.
okay, so you're doing a dual role.
Yes.
Okay, that's the same, because you asked me before, how do I know so much about fire? Because I studied with my ex-husband, and so he was the fire marshal. So that's why and usually those roles are not, they're separate because they're both taxing and there's a lot of duties on them. So in this role, so you're updating, and this is gonna be my time. And I'll come back and ask some questions, but I'm glad we're updating and making sure I appreciate that.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this resolution in the first round?
Mr. Chair.
Councilman in the 8th Ward?
Yeah, so I hear you, Chief. I'm not going to support this in its current form, and I'm going to tell you why, and then you try to convince me otherwise. Because this basically says we are going to adopt retro or proactively anything that they approve. So we are going to, because this doesn't have 2006 or 2024 on it. This basically says we are going to adopt whatever they put out at any time. And to me, there's a reason why each municipality might be on a different year because they may disagree or not want to do certain things. But what we're saying is we're going to adopt everything that they put out no matter what. And that's what this says, and I can't do that. Like there's a reason why, what exactly has changed from 2006 to 2024?
We have electric cars, we have our post office over there store about 15 or 20 different electric cars inside the building.
Okay.
Our present code doesn't address it. We can't address the danger that's over.
Okay, so
because we're in the 2006 code, we can't make them do what the new
so why don't we adopt the 2024 code instead of saying that we're going to adopt everything that they put out no matter what from here until the time ends? That's what I'm opposed to.
Well,
because if this said, okay, we're going to adopt 2024.
You don't want to fight the code. These codes are promulgated.
They're promulgated by people we don't know. They're coming down from the heavens. Like
These are code officials, sir.
I understand that, but I understand that, but do they are?
We're not fighting the code. Those codes are made to save people's lives.
I don't dispute that.
You do whatever you want to do, but that code is to save.
Yeah, I understand that, but as a body, shouldn't we, or as a city, review that code? Don't we? So
Review it. I don't have to review it. I know that it's updated because of.
but you don't have to review it, but you're the fire marshal and everything else. So why wouldn't you review it? That doesn't. You just said that you're not going to review it.
We have it on our reviews. We're reading the codes all the time, the new codes.
I understand.
But we cannot call the codes Mr. Cup because the code is not in our ordinance that we can call. So then they can do whatever they want to do, and people may even die.
So.
I have to have a code.
So that's okay. I'm going to reclaim my time real quick. So I just honestly have a hard time saying that we're going to adopt language potentially that we don't even know what that language is in the future. It's in my time. I didn't ask you a question, sir. No, I'm not. What do you mean I'm not making any sense? This says, sir, you're out of order.
Gentlemen,
You're out of order.
hold on. Gentlemen, let's be respectful.
This literally says we're going to adopt every language that they put forward from now until the end of time. And I'm just saying that we should review it before we adopt it. There's a reason why every municipality has a different year of the code book that they work with, because they may or may not agree with a new code.
Right.
And no offense, Mr. Wiggins, but you might not be here in 2026. Or I know I'm not going to be here. I'm going to be here in the city. But no, I didn't ask you a question. So that's my problem. I don't have a problem with saying we're going to adopt 2024 code. But I'm not going to sit here as somebody and say, I'm going to preactively adopt the 2030 code when it may cause a undue financial burden or anything else in the city. So that's not what I'm going to do.
Request for information.
What's your request for information?
Through you, Chair, to the speaker. So do we have the ability or liberty to modify this ordinance to change it to say any future additions to make it specific to the 2024 edition?
We can do whatever we want. We can do whatever we want. Maybe I'll make that motion in the second round, but I'm not, like, as sitting here today, I'm not going to adopt language potentially in 2040. Like, to me, and I understand it's life safety or whatever else, but everything has a cost. And if the International Brotherhood or International Fire Code in 2060 says you can no longer have a gas stove.
Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman in the 7th Ward.
Thank you. I don't hear what my colleagues are saying. I would like to defer to the clerk really quickly.
Thank you, Ms. Mashat. I just wanted to point out that this ordinance, as it was originally adopted, it provided that every addition here and after this adoption, this was, and I'd have to pull to see when this original language was approved, it's automatically enacted by the city. So it's not that you're adopting the new code. This ordinance just says that a printed copy will be kept at the clerk's office. However, the law also states that the city can make modifications to the International Fire Code as needed. So every time a new version of the code is adopted by the International Code Council, it automatically becomes the code for the city of Flint. The city can then take that and make its own amendments to that adopted fire code. And this also, this is per the Home Rule City Act, and this is just pointing out what's already in the act that says a printed copy of any current version plus any modifications that the city makes has to be kept on file in the clerk's office. Thank you.
Thank you. So what I will say is this, and given what the city clerk just said, also weighing in the fact that I guess my only question with that would be is how would we know when? Because you said it's every 2 years, right? And then it's placed, and then it's going to be given to the clerk's office. So is there like an update or something that the clerk would give the council? I mean, at the end of the day, and I'm just going to be honest about why I am going to support this, is because I have full confidence in the fire chief that we have standing before us. And I have full confidence in the fire department and the work that they do around the city. I have full confidence in his competency, in his job and what he's doing, as well as firefighters across the nation. I do hear the points that you are making, but like the clerk said, that we are able to make any amendments as needed. And I think when that happens, we would defer to the fire chief anyway to figure out, what said amendments may need to be, or if there's some part of the code we should or shouldn't adopt. I do want to point out something he said that is very crucial, and that is there are a lot of fire hazards that are happening right now that we're unable to address because we need to get this up to date. I think it goes without saying that Flint has its fair share of fires due to things that are beyond our control when you have people who are trying to stay warm or whatever the case may be with some other things. But I think if this is something that can help avoid a very crucial part of our infrastructure, even in our post office, from having some sort of misstep because the fire department wasn't able to correct it, I think we should go ahead and do this. So based off of the competency of the fire chief standing before us and what the clerk just stated of, we can amend as needed. And we have, again, gonna say it again, a very competent fire chief who would let us know if we needed to amend it and how the amendment should be made. I am going to support this. Fire safety is something that's really important and it's really crucial. And just to get off track just a little bit, but even when we talk about all of the businesses that are able to operate because they don't require licensing, which we're going to change, but once those businesses get those licenses, then our fire chief will be able to go into those businesses and make sure that they're safe for residents to even for residents to even shop or frequent or do whatever there. So I will be supporting this tonight, Chief, because I have full confidence in you and your department and what you're talking about. I yield.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak in the first round to this resolution? Is there anyone who would like to speak in the second round?
Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward, you have the floor.
Thank you. So here's, and I'm hearing what my colleagues are stating. So when we talk about full confidence, a person you have to be certified to do certain things when you are a fire chief, fire marshal. You have to be certified. Do you and Mr. John Smith have fire safety 1, 2, and 3 officers fighting? Do you have that? I mean, what are your certifications?
Yeah, I got it.
I'm sorry, Mr. Smith, go
I
ahead.
have every certification needed to do my job.
Okay, you have every certification. So tell us what some of your certifications are.
I got a lot.
Okay, well, look, amaze me. I mean, do you have officers training fire 1, 2, 3? Can you command a scene when you go to a scene? Can you?
Well, my job is fire prevention. So you got administration, you got suppression. When it pertains to my job, I do inspections, plan review, education, fire investigation. So that's more what I do. I come after our guys.
You come after there's fire suppression and you investigate.
And also, before, and the reason we're here is to update the code and so we can.
You test it to make sure everything is okay.
Correct.
Up to code. When you enter the building, there is a red or usually a fire box that tells you how you can, which zones are, if there's an issue, you test it. And most buildings you're supposed to test, what is it, yearly?
Well, it depends on the occupancy of what we're talking about.
Yeah, I know.
The main thing is fire and life safety. And
and let me say this, because when I speak to this, I designed fire safety. I did that for years. And maybe you didn't know that. And I think that when we speak with each other, we want to keep our people safe. Not just that. I know that when you test it once a year, you test the system to make sure that everything's working properly. I've done that. Matter of fact, did it in this building and found out that our strobes were not all in sequence in 2020. So I know how that part goes. So here is my thing. I say bring it up to 2024 and then see, I mean, are we, both of you, when you go to a scene and we talk about being a fire marshal, you have to go to get the certifications. You have to make sure you're certified to do all that. And yours is separate. And Chief, I know you are the chief and the fire marshal. Do you, and I think you started, this your second time coming back to the city. So do you command the scenes of the fires? Do you have the fire marshal training? Okay, and just making.
My training, I spent 4 years in Washington, D.C. at the Fire Academy to become credentialed.
Okay.
An executive fire chief.
So I know that there's continued education. Chief, I have the floor, please. I'm reclaiming my time. Thank you. Yeah, but you did ask, but I want to move on because my time is limited. So I just want, because I know there's continued education. So here's one of the things. If someone came here with a data center, and they say, hey, we want to put a data center here. That's different type that we need to know. So it's
technology change. We can't know what's really going to happen. So for me, I'm saying let's approve up to 2024, which is what I have no problem with. And if we're making sure every 2 years that we're valid, because we really don't know, technology can be outdated in 6 months. That's in the fire industry with the fire suppression and alarm system. I was outdated every 6 months, 6 to 8 months. It changes like that. And with me working with the suppliers, and I know that. And so I think that if we say to 2024, I think that's a fair assessment. I hear what my colleagues are stating, but things, they change. They change. And so this has been interesting this evening. This has been interesting. So we're not against, I support updating our code, make sure our codification is correct. To you, to the clerk, is this something you would like to state?
I just want to reemphasize that the language that is currently in the code states that all future editions of the International Fire Code are adopted. So there's nothing additional that you would need to do to be under the current version.
Okay.
This ordinance just says that a copy has to be on file in
So
the clerk's office.
Okay, so is it stating, and maybe this is the question, any updates?
Point of request for information.
What's your request for information?
Didn't the chief said that we've been working on 2006 and we're bringing it up to 2024?
Yes.
So if that's the case, then why aren't we on 2024, Madam Clerk?
The city, according to this language that's in the code, every version of the International Fire Code that is published by the International Code Council is already adopted by reference from this original language. So the city is always currently under any version that is adopted, excluding modifications, deletions, or anything that the city decides to change within that code. So the city is already.
So was that a misquote? Because Chief, I'm looking at this and it states that the vendor, which the city is in compliance with federal government, state government, and city of Flint. So it's stating that we're in compliance with all of those on this, we don't have a page number at the bottom. So it is state, federal, and city. Okay, so this is stating, as the clerk stated, that we're already in compliance. And it's checked, yes, yes, yes.
All right, thank you. That's the time. That's the time, Chief.
Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman in the second ward, you have the floor.
Thank you. Chief, you can finish on my time. You saying that we're in compliance?
We are compliant, but this body should know we are compliant, but we have to go to the next level in order to deal with some of the problems that we're having in our
Request
city.
for information.
Just a minute.
Request
I
for
got the floor, don't I?
No, I have a request for
What,
information.
request for information?
Yes, yes, sir.
This is to the council person that has the floor. That's not what this says. So I'm not sure what the chief is saying. This doesn't say that we're bringing it up to code. This says, to the clerk's point, we're already at code and we should be at 2024. This just says that the clerk's office has a copy. So are you aware?
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. Chair.
So,
No, this is it. Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Turney, you have the floor.
So the concern, the language that's struck in this proposed ordinance is the language that reads, as may be adopted by the city council from time to time and be filed with the city clerk's office. That language is being removed, it's my understanding, so that the always then current version, as long as it's filed with the city clerk's office, will be the effective version. I would also note the language being added states, along with any deletions, modifications, amendments, or City of Flint administrative amendments. So the chief or the fire inspector, the fire department can make changes to the then current version of the fire code. So I think that addresses your concerns, that if the city doesn't like something in the then current version of the code, it can be accomplished by an administrative amendment.
So this is a request for information. So this is taking council's ability to approve away.
If this ordinance amendment were approved today, you would be approving future amendments to the fire code. It does impose the requirement that the then current version utilized by the fire department.
It takes away the council's ability to approve, or, right? Because it now makes it administratively approved.
Well, council is approving it today, if that's the choice that council makes. They're approving any future amendments.
Right.
Yes.
It's a request for information.
So as it stands now, amendments have to be brought to council?
Well, the language that's in there now is the language that's struck, as it says, as may be adopted by the city council from time to time. So yes, it does have to be approved. My understanding is from time to time. And that's why I believe, to Chief's point, they're utilizing the outdated version because a newer version has not been brought before council.
All right, thank you.
Request
Councilwoman,
information.
Request for information.
Yeah, Attorney Cups, could you lean into your mic? I couldn't hear you. Could you repeat that, what you just stated?
So currently, the way it's worded is with the struck out language on the draft. So currently, the requirement is that it may be adopted, current versions of the fire code may be adopted by the city council from time to time. This modification does remove that requirement, and it allows the fire department to, I guess, if you want to use current terminology, be more nimble in their enforcement of the fire code by always using the current version of the fire code.
Request for information.
Request for information.
Attorney Cups, doesn't it say that are hereby adopted and we may do it? So hereby adopted is the law. We may do it.
Well, they're adopted by reference. That's what it's saying. They are adopted by reference.
But
so
there's
that
no-
the entire text of the fire code does not need to be repeated in the ordinance verbatim. There's other standardized codes that are adopted by ordinance as well, besides the fire code.
Request for information.
Request, Councilwoman.
Would this affect, say, if fire pits, would that automatically go into effect?
That
I mean,
I'm not
is that, are we changing the fire code then? I mean, does that bypass council? Because that's changing the fire code?
I would have to see what, I would have to look up and see what the, I know we have an ordinance against fire pits. So I don't think so. It depends on what the code says in the 2024 edition.
Councilwoman, you have the floor. Second ward.
Thank you.
Point of information,
Point of information, Councilwoman.
or not point of information, excuse me, request for information. So through you to the city attorney. So, but this, does not this also say that, that we can, even though we're adopting it?
On point of order,
Point.
I have the floor.
I was asking, I'm asking as well as my other colleagues have to clarify this language.
Point of order.
What's your point?
I have the floor, so she can ask
I
on her
will yield
time.
and I will take my time when I get my 5 minutes. Go ahead.
The floor is back to you, second ward.
Thank you so much. So, Chief, and do you have any other things that you'd like to add?
I would caution this body when we're talking about codes. I think you should leave that to the experts. And we are the experts when it talks about the codes. And the reason why Councilwoman Burns is because This code not only helps the lives of the public, but it also helps and save the lives of the firefighters that are going into these dangerous buildings. And so I would caution you all trying to decipher a code. If we gave you the code, it'd take you a year to figure it out. It's just that complicated. But this is something that we do every day, every day. And then we have colleagues in other cities and towns that's even sitting back here that we always collaborate on how to keep our city safe with the codes that we can call to make our city safe. So keep that in mind, that we're not here just to be here. We're here to protect the city. That's all I have.
Request for information.
Request for information?
And I think, are we on Councilwoman Lewis's time still?
Yes.
Uh,
So-
We're in first round?
Second round. Second round.
No,
Okay.
I thought we were on the first round.
No, we're in the
That's
second
the only
round.
reason why I'm here.
That's all right.
I need more. That's the only reason I'm here. We beg you all to help us to save the lives of the city. That's all.
Thank you, Chief. And so I do support this because fire safety is a big priority of mine as well. Working out in the field, installing smoke detectors, speaking to people that were victims of fires. And also, you know, in 1997, when I was looking to join the fire department, I've seen firsthand how they move, and they move with urgency. And so they're very serious about their work. So you are absolutely right. When we have an expert, we leave things in the hands of our experts. And so you are the expert in this lane, and I'm not going to swerve in it. And so I want to make sure that we equip our public safety personnel with everything they need to be effective in their job, whether it's equipment, ordinances, whatever it may be. So again, I appreciate you for coming back. Wasn't you the chief in 1997? Okay. All right, yes. Courtesy of, I was brought in courtesy of Charles Reeves, may he rest in peace. He had a great vision for bringing in scholars. So I'm grateful that you allowed him to go into the best high school, Flint Northern, and educate us, teach us how to be EMTs, give us everything we need to have, clinicals and everything, so we can get a firsthand look at what you all go through. And so I appreciate that, and that gave me a big respect for the job. So with that being said, thank you, and I support it.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to
Chair.
speak in the second round?
Mr. Chair,
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
through you to the city attorney. So as I'm reading this ordinance as well, I'm seeing where it says that we are going to adopt any future additions, amendments, except such portions as herein after deleted, modified as amended, together with the City of Flint administrative amendments to the International Fire Code. That means that if there's something in that new code that gets updated, that we can bring forward and remove that from our code. Is that correct?
That's correct. For example, if the fire department just hypothetically doesn't like some particular provision in the 2030 fire code, the fire department can make what's called, well, a deletion modification amendment or an administrative amendment. They have to file that along with in that example, the 2030 fire code with the city clerk's office. And that's the effective version of the fire code, including that administrative amendment or whatever other change.
So this is more proactive than what we have now, sitting here with a fire code that's 2014 or 2004?
He said 6.
Pardon? What was the year? 2006? So it's 20 years old. So by being proactive and then saying, oh, we don't really like this part, that's one little bit that can be taken out and updated for our fire code, and we will always stay current with the recommended codes except for anything that our fire chief, inspector, whoever, our fire department administration decides is not appropriate for our city. So I'm supporting this resolution. And I think that this is good to be proactive to take the recommendations that are constantly being updated rather than relying on our staff to do it all the time, because we know some of these resolutions these ordinances that come to us are so outdated that it's crazy not to be proactive. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in the second round who haven't spoken?
Mr. Chair,
Councilwoman?
this is actually Clerk
Oh,
Donahue.
I'm sorry, I'll run the clerk.
I just looked up the language that amended that section, and it was done in 2014 by the emergency manager. And the emergency manager at that time changed the language because in the past, the city did adopt every 2 years the International Fire Code. The emergency manager at that time added the language to say that any future additions and amendments are automatically adopted. And in this ordinance, the last one that was adopted was 2006. So in 2014, the manager enacted language that made it so that every future addition was automatically adopted.
Request for information.
Request for information.
So we're operating underneath emergency management, and we should be quite, no offense to you, Chief, I like you. I got some relatives that we got the same, but there's a reason. Emergency management did not want the opinion of council. So are we stating that this was done under emergency management, was not repealed, just like other laws? And before we were adopting it every 2 years, not just because we like you, we want you to come up here.
From reading this language, because it says the last one that was adopted officially by the council was 2006, the manager came in and amended it in 2014 because it probably wasn't being done every 2 years. However, every version of this says that the city can make amendments.
Okay, but this was
So-
under emergency management law.
This is-
And this
that's-
effectively keeps us at emergency management law if
No,
we,
it just makes it so that future additions of this doesn't have to come before the council every 2 years. The city is automatically under whatever version of the International Fire Code is current. So this took it because it took out the year, and it added any future additions and amendments to that code are automatically adopted by the city in addition to administrative amendments that the city
so how will
wants
we
to
know
make.
if it's automatically done?
Because every time the International Code Council adopts a new version, the city is under that version.
So would that be the clerk's responsibility or the chief's?
That would be the fire department to keep
to
up
let
with
us
the
know?
version.
That'd be
But
Karen's
it's
job?
automatic. Then it would be up to the fire department to make sure a copy is on file with the clerk's office. It would be up to the fire department to make sure that any administrative amendments that come, and they took out the language that says adopted by council, so I'm not sure if that would have to come before the council or not, would be on file with the clerk's office.
Councilwoman Priest, you have the floor, back.
I yield.
Is
And
there
that was
anyone?
just me,
Mr.
I
Chair?
just asked for the floor.
Is there anyone else who hasn't spoken in the second round would like to speak on this
Mr. Chair?
resolution? Councilman in the 8th Ward?
Yeah. I didn't know that, Madam Clerk, and that's what I'm trying to get back to, is we should be adopting it by the year. And that's why I would not support this one here, because I didn't know that this one was emergency manager. It just didn't make sense to me that we are infinitely automatically adopting, and that's not, I don't think that's normal across municipalities. And even, this is even worse than the emergency manager, because now it's saying city council can't do anything. It's all got to be administrative. So I would be interested in reviewing the ordinance pre-emergency manager and adopting, using that language to adopt 2024. But to me, this is this is emergency manager 2.0.
It is.
So and you can't tell me one good thing that's came out of the emergency management, so I will not be supporting this today.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else who haven't spoken in the second round that would like to speak? Hearing none, this is the roll call to send resolution 260128 to council. Madam Clerk.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
No.
Ms. Burns,
No.
Ms. Mashat,
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
No.
Mr. Jarrett,
No.
Mr. Alamin,
Yes.
Dr. Lewis,
Yes.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 4 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 4 no. This resolution moves to council.
That's the thing where it needs to be.
Resolution 260133, Code Amendment Ordinance, Chapter 31. What is the body's decision on this code, on this resolution?
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman in the second ward.
Thank you. I would like to, for discussion.
Hey, family, y'all gonna have to check it out.
sleepy.
I'm
We
not-
gotta
yes,
bounce.
I'm leaving it
I
unless
hate
it's
to
later.
say that, but I'll
for
see y'all in the
discussion
morning. I gotta
purposes,
shut it
I'd like
down.
this council.
Support.
Peace.
There's been a motion